a start, and welcome to the 153rd meeting of the Board of Directors of Oxleas NHS Foundation Trust. Just before we get going, is there anyone from the podiatry team here? If not, we'll crack on until turn up. Any apologies for absence, Sally?
No apologies.
Okay.
Tom Clark sends his apologies.
All right, thank you. We have the minutes of the last meeting, which have been circulated. I'll go very quickly through. Please raise. I have asked people to raise any concerns directly beforehand, but that doesn't stop you raising them now if there are anything in the minutes that you don't agree with. Page 1. You better sing out because I'm looking at this so I can't see any hands. Page 2. Page 3. 4. 5, 6, 7, and 8. If you all agree, if that is a record of our last meeting, are there any matters arising which are not in the board papers or crop up through the rest of the meeting? Then, if not, we'll go on to the board assurance framework. Now, this is one of those boards where we spend some time with the board assurance framework. And if he will chair us through this, we'll obviously discuss a lot of matters within this that could be discussed later on as well. So to save us repeating ourselves, if we want to raise anything, raise it during this period and we can thrash the point through, which will then mean we can go through the other matters further down the agenda with a bit more nimbleness. Iffy, are you happy then to take us through the back?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair. So as board colleagues will have noted, we have 16 risks on our assurance framework, and each risk is owned and reviewed by a board committee. So I plan to ask each committee chair and the lead executive to do exactly what we did previously, which was to go over their committee risks. But before I do so, I just wanted to say a few things, if I may. So there are 3 significant risks: reducing waiting times in community teams, financial sustainability in the medium to longer term, and the ICS capital regime. But there is a question for the board, and I think that my colleagues in the People Committee will probably have taken a view about this, as to whether risk 1213, which is about vacancies and recruitment, should be raised from high to significant. And I ask that on account of the significant pockets of high vacancy rate we have in some areas, Kent prisons, Wandsworth, some of our community mental health teams, children's services, and some of our acute inpatient beds. And so it will be useful to hear in the course of the feedback from the People Committee what their thoughts are about that. And then the other thing I want to say before I give way is that there have been a number of questions raised by our NED colleagues about our prisons and whether in fact we ought to identify some risks or a specific risk about prisons on our behalf, particularly in the light of our success in the Southwest prison base. So the exec would like to take that away and discuss some more, and then consider what risks we need to raise and whether those are taken and what committees those risks should be taken to. And that would then give us the opportunity to assure everyone that we have the prisons well in our sight and that we will be addressing the issues as they arise. It's suffice to say that, of course, within the Forensic and Prison Directorate, that they do have risks to do with the existing prisons, and also are considering what risks they need to flag up in their risk register with respect to the new prisons. So in terms of how we do this, would it be okay to invite colleagues to take this in turn, just in exactly the same way it's laid out in the papers? So if we start with PQAC, please, thank you.
Sorry, sorry to stop the flow. I did say that Emma and the podiatry team wanted to say hello. Emma, are you with us?
Hello, good morning, everybody. Hi, I just wanted to introduce our podiatry team here in Greenwich in the community, and if everyone wants to give a bit of a wave. Hello. This is the first time in about 2 years that we're actually meeting face to face, so we're all delighted to see each other together. We have a CPD session that we run once a month for the team, so it's great, and we run lots of different clinics within the community, ranging from ulcer patients clinics to new patients, nail surgery, and basically looking at patients who are high risk or increased risk of developing foot complications. So we would love you guys to come and see us in the community in our various clinics, and we look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma, and really good to see you getting to see each other face to face again. That's brilliant, and thanks for asking to come along. And I'm sure colleagues will want to come along and visit you. So I hope you have a really good day today. Thanks very much.
Nice to meet all of you. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. That was rather nice. Right. Okay. Ife, back to you, please.
Right. So I was going to invite PQAC first. Business committee, partnership committee, infrastructure, and then people. You will have noted that the QI and health and safety do not hold any risks on our behalf. So I'll give way now to Yemisi and Ian for PQAC.
Thanks, Ife. I was just going to do a really brief introduction and then hand over to Ian, if that's okay. PQAC, we have 5 risks that have been escalated to the BAF. We have 1 significant and 4 high, and the majority of them, as would expect, are around our incredibly long waiting times. We also have ones that affect CMHT and prone restraints. So we haven't escalated any new ones to the BAF. There are some that we are keeping on the register at PQAC, but to give us further detail, I'll hand over to Ian. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Yemisi. Morning, everyone. So I'll go through each risk in the order that they're on the paper, and I'll just give some further detail to what's already written down there. So the first risk is reducing prone restraint, which is rated as high. As it says in the paper, there has been some progress in reducing prone restraint, but importantly, there is still variability month to month. What I would say is that in terms of the committee's line of sight into what is happening, that is improved markedly. So I think at the committee we're able to see the patterns of prone restraint, where we've got particular areas where more prone restraint is taking place, and just a bit more detail. I think it's important to note the mitigations that have been introduced, particularly the safety pods and the C-Think Act framework. And of course, these are yet to be evaluated, but I'm sure exec colleagues, particularly Jane, would agree that these are going to be important mitigations in hopefully continuing the process of reducing incidents of prone restraint. So I can see, Jane, you've got your hand up. Do you want to come in on that?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd just like to congratulate the ward, particularly the acute and crisis wards. They have made huge progress around reducing restrictive practice, particularly reducing prone restraints. I visited all of the wards in the last week or so. Abby came to Green Park's house as well. And we talked to the teams, we asked them to tell us what they were doing around reducing restrictive practice and to explain some of these initiatives and to describe the impact and actually show us some of the things they were doing. team. So they all talked about the relational security, they talked about trauma-informed care, which is a big move over the last 2 years. They were able to show us the safety crosses. I had the opportunity to see somebody complete a safety cross following an excellent de-escalation, and they showed us the various approaches they were taking to the safety pods. Some were using them within the lounge areas so that they were familiar to people, and others were using them, keeping them in a separate room, because they felt the planning around restraints was really important, and that was their team approach. But I felt very assured that they were all on message in terms of understanding our aspirations and aims around prone restraint. They have worked incredibly hard on the CPIC Act, relational security and the Keep Me Safe, and they've all embraced the safety pods. So we're definitely moving in the right direction. And as I said, I'd really like to say thank you to them all.
Thanks very much, Jane. Andy, do you want me to pause in between each risk to see if there are any questions, or do you want me to continue?
I'll leave it to you and Iffy to manage your way through this whole section. So back to you, please.
Okay, thanks, Andy. So, I mean, what I suggest perhaps is that if you have questions as we go along around individual risks, just please raise your hand and I'll bring you in. Okay, so I can't see any hands, so I'm going to move on to the next risk, which is 1844, which is demand on CMHTs being high. One of the things I just wanted to kind of highlight, because I think when this risk was opened, the risk was specifically around adult mental health. But in terms of updating the narrative, we've also mentioned our children's mental health teams as well, because there are similar issues, I think, in terms of demand, although they manifest themselves in slightly different ways. And I suppose there's a question for us as a board about whether we continue to have a risk just on adult mental health and perhaps open one on CAMS, or whether we kind of draft this risk just to acknowledge that there is an issue for all ages CMHT. So I'll kind of pose that as a question. But just to kind of give a bit more detail around this, demand remains high across adult mental health and CAMS. It's important to note that investment across both service lines has taken place, but recruitment is a challenge. This in turn therefore has a negative impact on individual caseloads in some teams. And I think the operational review highlights current pressures in Bromley CAMS, but we also know we have hotspots in adult mental health in terms of significant vacancy factors, and this is particularly felt in Bexley ICMP and Bromley West ICMP. And if this has a negative impact on caseloads, then that in turn creates a kind of quality concern in terms of the kind of service that individual care coordinators are able to deliver to patients. So in terms of mitigations in adult mental health, we've started the process of establishing partnerships with the third sector, and the creation of this notion of a hub in each borough. And this is all in line with what's within the long-term plan. And this is important. The reason I raise this is because this is about trying to drive systemic change at a borough level in terms of where we direct people with mental health needs to get the best response. And I think it's, you know, from my point of view, there is a premise that a lot of activity comes to secondary care which perhaps could be diverted elsewhere. And I think the benchmarking information we've talked about in other settings does seem to support that. So there's something about trying to kind of manage the demand into secondary care. And then in a similar way, in CAMS, there is something called the I Thrive model, which is being introduced in Bexley. And we're looking to roll it out in the other boroughs as well. But again, this is around trying to think more systemically how we best meet demand and kind of make sure that we have the capacity in the right areas. In terms of the recruitment challenge, we are establishing alternative roles to mitigate this. And just to kind of give you a bit of a flavour around this, we're introducing the graduate scheme. You may have seen this advertised on One Oxleas. Really positively, we've had 120 applications for 13 posts. And we're also taking forward an adult mental health, the care team approach, which is part of a kind of move away from the 8 to 10 band 4 mental health advisor posts, and we've already had 24, as I understand it, strong applications. So I think it'd be really interesting to see how that kind of rolls out, and whether that is kind of delivers what we need it to in terms of meeting that recruitment challenge. And then the last thing I was going to say, which again is back at a kind of place level, is really trying to build all of this within that kind of systemic way of thinking. And I think with the development of primary care networks, we've probably got the best opportunity that we have to do something about that and work much more collaboratively across secondary care, primary care and the third sector. So I think for me, the rating is probably correct. Hopefully you've got a kind of a sense of what we're doing in terms of how we're trying to mitigate that, but it's very much early days, and we're working in a context where you know, there's a huge number of vacancies across the NHS, and we're really in competition. So we need to be as creative as possible. So
thank you, Ian. Stephen, Well,
thanks, Ian. Thanks, Effie. I think I rather suspect at the end of this we may end up with a few more significant risks, by the way. But I do think for 1844, two things. First of all, as you touched on, CAMS. I think CAMS referrals have gone up 32% in the last 12 months. There's a huge pressure there outside of the recruitment and retention issues. And I think for some of the mitigations, I think they're going to take time. Hopefully they will work, but they will take time. So I think on this one, demand on the community teams, and to save me putting my hand up twice, I think also when we come to 1912, pressure on district nursing teams, I think we should reflect on whether they are actually significant risks. We may or may not decide that now, but I would certainly commend you to reflect that way, because I think it's edging that way.
Shall we just take the questions here, and if you want to respond, Suzanne?
Thanks. I just wanted to ask for a little bit more information about the work that's happening with the primary care networks. I mean, I noted in the report that comes up later, Ian, that you know, a lot of the referrals from primary care are increasing, and we all know how much pressure primary care is under at the moment. So I think you mentioned that there was work going on at place sort of level to deal with this, and could you perhaps indicate how much grip there is at place level in dealing with this issue, because there's not a huge amount of resource in primary care that's going spare to pick this up, and I'm wondering whether what we're seeing is the result of the pressures in primary care feeding into us.
yeah, I think it varies between boroughs, Suzanne. I mean, I think one of the challenges within primary care is it's very difficult, even at a borough level, to get a kind of consistent relationship with primary care. There's also, I think, a reluctance at times to collaborate, even within the PCN structures. And I've in fact been having a conversation this week with the place-based director in Greenwich about how we start to do a piece of work to support the system changes that I've described in terms of organisational development and kind of tone of conversation. So I've just been thinking with her how we might begin that conversation. I think what's positive is that GPs, you know, bearing in mind what I've just said, that they're not a homogenous group, they recognise that this is a relationship that they need to work on. And I think it is really difficult actually in primary care, and it does touch on the district nursing risk as well. That there's no doubt that the demands that they faced has changed during the pandemic. Their practices have changed, and that has a ripple effect on the rest of the system. If I'm honest, it feels quite difficult at times to get into that conversation because it can be received as being critical, and it's not meant to be. I think it's about all bits of the system being transparent and open to change. So I think what I'm saying is that the building blocks are there with the PCNs, and we've got posts now established in each PCN around mental health practitioners. So I think there are some structural, concrete things that we can build on. But it's that kind of OD piece that sits behind that, particularly around mental health, I think, because you've got varying levels of confidence. What the third sector would say, and I've heard this very strongly recently, is they need to be seen as equals, and they need to be seen as equals by general practice. And interesting conversations about language and professionals versus the third sector, who would, I think, take exception about that. There is an awful lot that they can do, and that they do. So I think as I said before, I think we've probably, in my history that I've been involved in some of these discussions, we're probably at the best point to have these discussions, but it's not going to be easy. Sorry, that was a very long-winded answer. But
what are your thoughts about Stephen Dilworth's comment? The risk needs to rise, reasons being 30% increase in camps, and of course we know about the demands elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and it doesn't just touch on this risk. I think, Stephen, you've probably picked this up in terms of the board operational report and, you know, some of our kind of waiting times data, that as we're trying to do something to kind of meet the gap, the demand continues to increase. So it's whether our capacity is keeping pace with that. And I suppose that's why the conversation that I've just had with Suzanne is important, because we can't continue to expand. There are, there are inherent limiting factors in terms of staffing. We can't, there is going to become a limit to what we can do without that kind of wider change. In terms of what we can do, I think you're right to point out it will take some time. We've got a really challenging environment in terms of recruitment. And the longer it goes on, if we don't find a way of managing individual caseloads, that will have a quality impact. So I'm open to kind of thinking about whether it's the risk should increase. I mean, the other thing that's in my mind is the conversation we had at the last board, strategic board, when we were doing our CQC preparation. And we've had further conversations as an exec. There's no doubt that the adult CMHTs constitute a kind of a risk in terms of. So what am I saying? I think I wouldn't be averse to kind of increasing the risk of it. I suppose the question is, for me, is whether we separate out adult and children's.
Would it be okay to leave that to PQAC to look at? Because you raised a very important point there, which is, do we separate children from adults? And then what do we do with, for example, the pressure on district nursing? It's all essentially the same thing. That is, the demand is high across pretty much all of our community services. Mm. The solutions may be slightly different for each of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, shall I move on to district nursing?
Sophie wants to come in. Sophie, I've seen your points in the chat as well. But
yeah, no, so that's just a minor thing. Just on the point between differentiating between child and adult, I know that there are plans to have that transitionary point where the upper age range is 25 for children. So if it is being discussed in PQAC, it will be interesting to see how that factors into it as well. Where would that sit? Would that sit in the middle? And how would we look at it through that lens?
Sure.
Sure. So I mean, yeah, I mean, there is an aspiration to increase the upper age limit of children's services, as you say, so we'll go up to 25. So that will take quite a significant amount of planning, and there's not a lot of traction behind it at the moment. I think just because there is a stark operational reality to kind of deal with before we get into that kind of structural shift. And thank you for, I think your points were really well made about third sector, and whether that's and how people feel about that. That hasn't come through to me recently, but I think it's a good point. I think those organisations are going to play such a prominent role in the future. We need to find a different way of describing them and making them feel like equal partners. It's a live conversation, I think, in the local care partnerships, definitely. Okay, any other questions before I move on to district nursing? Okay, so this is 1912, pressure on district nursing. It's rated as high currently. I think colleagues have had some further detail provided to them because I understand that this was something raised by governors. In addition to what's in the paper, I would just kind of highlight that further funding is becoming available. Whether that funding is enough, I think, is a big question. A bit like the conversation we've just had around mental health, and as the paper suggests, there has been a change to the referral pattern, not just from primary care, but also from our acute hospital colleagues. And this referral pattern has really come about because of the pandemic. And what it breaks down to is that there's a much greater volume of referrals coming in, but also the complexity of those referrals is quite significant. And the reason why I highlight both these things is that our district nursing services are incredibly productive. They're already kind of undertaking an average of around 9 visits a day. If you start increasing the complexity, or if you start involving them in activity which perhaps could be done elsewhere, it really starts to kind of, there's no kind of fat on the service whatsoever. So I think there is a task, and Azra and I were talking about this yesterday, to really try and highlight the fact that our community health services, and in particular our district nursing services, are under considerable pressure. I think often the way that the ICS and PLACE look at these services is through the prism of the acutes. So we have done an awful lot to try and prevent people coming into ED, but also to be flexible in terms of helping facilitate discharge. But I think that is disguising the impact that it's then therefore having on the kind of core business of district nursing. So I think that needs to be raised strategically at both at the ICS, but as I say, at the local care partnership boards. There's a real task, I think, for us as an executive team to increase the visibility. I think the only other thing I would say, having recently visited, is just to make sure, and this goes for all our teams, that we're really looking after them. And I think we had some good conversations recently in terms of what we could be doing for them in terms of their well-being. But also, are there things that we do currently which are supporting really good practice, but does take up a lot of people's time? And we just, are there opportunities to kind of do things differently? But in terms of the risk rating, this, as a minimum, needs to remain as high. And I suppose, just picking up on your point, Steve, if we're saying that we might be considering a significant risk for CMHTs, should we be considering something for something similar for district nursing? So,
I just wanted to pick up an issue that has been raised in earlier discussion today about the impact of an increasing number of patients who are choosing to die at home on our district nursing teams. I really welcome that people are making that choice. So it's much better than dying in hospital for most people. But it does then require appropriate support. And I just wanted to check where we got to on, because I think there was a plan which may already have been implemented to recruit a lead nurse in this area. Perhaps you could just say where we're at.
Yeah, so we have recruited. In fact, Iffy and I were talking to her a couple of weeks ago. So she's she has a background as a district nurse. She's also so she's a very experienced clinician, but also has been a manager as well. So yeah, so we've got that leadership. I don't know, Jane, did you want to add anything more from a kind of nursing context?
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, we've got 2 lead nurses, one in Bexley and one in Greenwich, Charlotte Stewart and Karen Smith. They are both absolutely amazing, and they provide an awful lot of training and support, and they work really collaboratively with Greenwich and Bexley Community Hospice and others across the system, but they are a real asset to the teams and very, very knowledgeable experts.
That's good, thank you. Okay, Ian, back to you. One carry on.
Yeah, and I think I've got one last one, which I think colleagues will remember the history of this one. This dates back to 2018 or 19, which was the kind of CQC rating of Oaktree Lodge. So it's rated as moderate at the moment. I think I've kind of been giving this one some thought about where we might be going with this. I think what colleagues might say within the board is that there are still situations where we come across things that we are less than optimal, and there's a kind of query about lines of visibility. So I think most recently we've talked about waits in ED, but also the duration of waits in health-based place of safety. So I think there are still issues with lines of sight and also, more importantly, grip, I suppose, on the situation at the various levels within the organisation. And again, I'm linking this to the conversation we had at the last strategic board, which is around what the culture is within the organisation around escalation. So from my point of view, and I haven't had a chance to talk with exec colleagues or indeed YEMSI and other NEDs who attend PQAC, but I'm wondering whether, I think this is a risk that we need to retain, but whether this needs to be re-articulated around this issue of escalation and getting escalation processes optimized. So I'm kind of raising this as a question, really. And if there's support for that as a kind of way forward.
Thank you, Ian. No comments, but I suspect that this is something you could take back. Andy.
Yeah, I say this is very much a matter for the executive to reassure themselves that they're hearing, the concerns. Not only hearing, but I mean, you've got the processes to find them, and we've had discussions in the past, haven't we? And Ian just articulated it about the health place of safety and other delays, and how reassured are you that you've got that and similar warnings coming up through the system, and we could take it back actually to the theatres at QMS and things like that, so that things are coming through to you that should come through to you. Whether or not we need to have it on here in this way is another matter, but I think I'm just looking at you, Iffy and Ian, to say, are you happy you've got those systems? Because this is a daily thing, isn't it? People reporting things to you that they should report to you, so that it can be escalated appropriately.
Yeah, absolutely, and I would acknowledge I think it's variable at the moment, and I'm not confident that we're quite there yet. So hence why I think it should be maintained as a risk, but just to really re-articulate it so it's got a bit more it's a bit more specific than it is at the moment.
I think I agree with that. That's perhaps something we need to take away as an exec. Draft that and then hear what PQAC makes of it. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ian.
Okay, thanks.
Shall we go on to Joe and Astra, Business Committee, please?
Thank you. So I'll do a very brief introduction as well and then hand over to Azra. But Business Committee have got 4 risks on the BAF. 2 of those are in-year risks, really reflecting, and that was kind of a new thing we did this year, but over the last couple of years we've had such a different funding regime because of the pandemic, and we never know when that regime was going to end. So you'll see that we have a local authority contract risk and a ICS financial risk that are in-year risks, and they are rated low and moderate respectively, reflecting the fact that we are now at the end of that financial year and subject to audit. We think those risks didn't materialise, but we're going to have a process over the next few months once the finance team can spare some time from audit and operational plan to actually reevaluate the risks that we need going forward. And so they're 2 in-year risks, and then we have 2 risks that are longer term. One is the first one, 1177, which is financial sustainability of the trust. It's difficult at the moment with the current environment to think that risk is ever going to be rated anything less than significant, I have to say, with the current regime. But again, we will look at it. And then the other one is bed management as a key cost driver, particularly the cost of UEAs, or as we've been talking about, an extra ward. And I know we've got a paper on that in part 2. So that's a sort of quick overview of the Business Committee risks. I was going to pass over to Azra for a little bit more of a detailed narrative.
Thank you, Jo. So I will keep an eye out for hands similar to what Ian did in the last section. So please do raise them as issues come up. So picking up 1177, which is the sustainability risk, I would agree with what Jo has said there. We entered the pandemic period with a £13.5 million recurrent SIP requirement if we wanted to financially sustain our services in the medium to longer term. That is the same position that we have entered this year. So I am going to say we have done well in managing our cost base during the course of the pandemic, and that is decidedly different from some of our other colleagues in South East London. We've not seen a massive increase. Where we have seen increases, they have tended to be income backed. But the issue is, similar to the pre-pandemic plan, the plan this year is heavily reliant on non-recurrent SIP delivery for the majority of that £13.5 million. So our ability to be able to identify recurrent SIPs at the point, and it also feeds into some of the other risks that we talked about earlier on and will be addressing under the People Committee risks, is we have got a major issue in terms of the level of vacancies that we have. That level of vacancies at the moment is making financial sustainability in year fairly easy because we have that vacancy factor that is allowing us to mitigate some of the recurrent pressures that we've got. But that comes at an absolute cost in regards to our frontline staff and how they are feeling on the ground, our demand issues and our waiting list issues. So we urgently do need to address that issue recognising the demand and supply of workforce that we've got. So this is going to be a balancing act, I would say, in terms of seesaw. As those other elements improve, we are going to begin to see the heavier strain on financial sustainability. We have a plan for 2022-23. We have identified the recurrent and the non-recurrent elements. We've just finished closing down month 1. We are currently on plan, in line with the planning paper that you see later on, for delivery of that, certainly in month 1. That is, I'm going to say, virtually wholly through, apart from a small element of the overhead recovery done via non-recurrent means. And therefore I would agree with Jo and say that probably will retain a significant rating, but we will refresh it for the 22-23 and the outlook plan. That's all I was going to say on that risk. I'm not seeing any hands. So if I move on, I'm actually going to take the bed management risks. So I'm going to take them slightly out of order, which is risk 1606, because this is the other risk that we will retain for 22-23, but we will probably reword. And as Jo has said, we've got a paper in part 2, and this is really where this has moved. Is originally we'd had that we were going to try and exit out of the Hayes Priory bed usage by the end of June. That is not going to occur. So we are now in a position where we are discussing, is it internal beds and the advantages that we can have in terms of a reduction of overspend on UEAs, and also the control elements we would have of an inpatient facility versus the flexibility at a more expensive rate that you get via going to private bed usage. I wasn't intending to go into a huge amount of detail here in regards to this element, because I think we're going to have a fairly substantial discussion in part 2. So I would actually ask if it's all right for the board to retain your thoughts on that through to part 2. Can't see any hands, so if I leave that one there, I am going to say the risk rating, however, on that one will probably be at a minimum a high, because there's a lot of moving parts to be able to mitigate that down to a moderate or a low. Going back then to risk 1984, which is the in-year financial risk, revenue and capital. This was rated as a moderate. I'm going to keep it at the moment as a moderate in relation to last year, because we've still got to get through the audit. And I think this is going to be a fairly challenging, similar to other organisations, audit process. So I think that rating was correct at this moment in time. We have got both revenue and capital in there, and I do think this risk will change to probably keeping the revenue in your risk within the business committee. The capital in your risk, I think, may switch to the infrastructure committee, and it lies in very strongly with the ICS position. I'm going to say I was very pleased with the outcome of the capital spend this year. We were 99% of plan, which I think is about the closest we have ever achieved, and that is to a large extent down to the very close monitoring that was happening between IT, estates and finance of that position. I think it will be something that we will continue to do going forwards. But as I said, I think some of that element will begin to transition into the infrastructure committee. For the revenue aspects, I think the key risk that we've got here is that it's the overarching ICS financial position, and what the possible interrelationship would be between our plan delivery and the overarching ICS plan delivery. And we're going to have to look through that. Just last night at the London CFO meeting, they were strongly indicating there is going to be a further iteration of the plans for a June submission. Now, the problem with that, I always say, is that's plans on paper. Actually, what's important is delivery on the ground, because you can do whatever you want with a spreadsheet. The actual physical delivery is what's going to determine where we end up this year. For us, as I said, we are on plan. I do not know what the position is for the other organisations within South East London, but we will pick that up at the business committee, certainly, because I should have an indication at that point. The rating for that, I think, will require that detailed review of what the month one positions look like. And I would probably start it at a moderate, but we'll have that discussion at business committee. Can't see any hands, so I was going to move on from there to the last one, which is about local authority contracts. And just reflecting actually on the conversation that we had earlier, there is a bit of a different story between adult and children, I think, on this particular topic. So, for example, we were successfully able to get some contribution towards pay awards on the adult services within Greenwich. We have not been in a similar situation as yet on the children's services. And I think the other area to keep in mind now is there is a movement to have much more joint funding and an expansion of the joint elements of commissioning between the CCG and the local authority. And I think we do need to keep a close eye on exactly how that develops over the course of the next couple of years. And that will determine whereabouts this risk rating itself will sit. But I would say, as a note of caution, local authorities continue to be very financially stretched, and they will have very little capacity, I think, to manage this going forward. So I think the key element is going to be how the system working comes into play in regards to both operationally, clinically, but also financially in terms of where that risk will sit. And so I think that will need a full review at the business committee when we have the refresh of financial risks. That's all I was going to say on those, and I haven't seen any hands.
Okay, thank you, Asra. That's great. I didn't see any hands either. Jill, how would you like us to play partnership? Because it's you and me. Would you like to go first and give us your thoughts?
Yes, I'll go first. So we opened a risk earlier in the year in the partnership committee relating to the uncertainties created by the new ICS structures, and really as a place marker for knowing that, you know, as we got more detail and we understood better how the ICS and everything underneath it was going to work, we could then get more granularity on the particular risks. At the last partnership committee, we discussed this. I mean, I think it's fair to say, and you know, if you're very interested in your perspective, things aren't desperately clear. What is clear is, unless we are, as an ICS, very careful, the amount of governance distraction, or shall I just say distraction, to our teams and every team across the ICS could really increase. Whereas ideally what you'd want it to do is go the other way. So I think we remain concerned about that. I think particularly in terms of how we interact with place, because obviously that, you know, there's three areas that we need to work with there, and how that fits in with the other ICS structures. So we've asked the team to disaggregate this risk over the next sort of 4 months as the kind of timescale we gave, to see if we could have further clarity. That obviously takes us beyond 1st of July, which is the sort of the go live date, if you like, for the ICS structures. That's all I was going to say on that one. And you know, we think we've currently got that rated high, and I'm not sure we're seeing anything at the moment that would cause us to moderate that rating.
So, Joe, thanks for that. I really don't have much to add. I agree completely with everything you've said. I think the challenge is partly our capacity to be at the table when these discussions are taking place, but also our ability to influence. And almost every meeting I go to, it seems to me as if place continue to flex their muscles, you know, demanding that the decisions should be made where they are. And the other thing that surprised me, I think it was only yesterday, I received an email from Andrew Bland to say that there is now an expectation that there will be partner members on the ICB. So the numbers of people at the ICB seems to be growing. And you kind of wonder, my God, how are we going to be able to do business? So I think it's perfectly okay for us to maintain this risk and also maintain it as a high. And then as time goes on in the course of this financial year, we can refine it. Just to make the point, it's in the papers there, and Azra has already talked about the financial aspects of that. Perfectly okay for that to remain, and also the capital risk staying with infrastructure. If there are no questions, shall we go on to infrastructure committee then?
Thanks, Ife. If I kick off, and I think Alison and Rachel can take any questions or pipe in at the end. So I think we have 3 risks at infrastructure. The first being cybersecurity. This has recently moved from moderate to high, and we have recently had a very positive KPMG audit on cybersecurity, highlighting 3 main areas for work. The first is documentation, which is easily resolved. Second is incident run list, which we're addressing as well. And the third being a more all-encompassing cybersecurity strategy, which Alison and her team are now developing and bringing forward, and we'll hopefully come to the next infrastructure committee before coming to board. So I think we agree with the level of risk at the moment because it's just been moved from moderate to high. The next risk on our agenda really is the achieving carbon zero risk. At last infrastructure, we reviewed the ICS plan that's come out, and that actually aligns quite well with our own green plan. And we at committee we could see that we're broadly on target for delivering on sort of year 1 and year 2 targets for reducing our carbon footprint. However, at committee, we were also given an estimate of the level of capital expenditure that possibly could be required to bring some of our larger facilities up to carbon zero, and that is in totaling around £24 million of capital investment. So I think coming to board, I think we're on track at the moment, but there is a significant issue coming our way if we do really want to hit these carbon zero targets within the time frame that we have available. And I would hope that there would be some ICS wide or even NHS wide plan to help us get there, because £24 million worth of capital investment is sort of very significant. And the final risk is, I think it's been discussed previously, it sits with us and business, and for us it's a medium-term risk in terms of the ICS capital regime and the potential that our funding from the capital point of view will be capped. I think that's it. I'll sort of hand over to Alison and Rachel if they got anything else to say or any questions.
Thank you, Jim. I didn't see any hands and no comments in the chat. Azra?
So I think I will just expand a little bit on the ICS capital regime. We had been given a capital allocation for 22-23, both internally and strategically. And this kind of absolutely plays to the point that Jim has just made. There is some late notification possibly coming through that we haven't quite landed whether or not the strategic pot figure will be retained as a strategic pot figure. And I think the interplay that we're going to have to work through very heavily on now is going to be the interplay between what our capital ask is and everybody else's, with possible national changes coming into that capital regime as well. So just coming back and reflecting on what I'd said earlier on about the fact that there would be a further plan iteration. Nationally, in previous years, what they have done is they have used the national capital allocation to help to offset the revenue overspends that we have got, and they've held back certain elements of what would have gone into the capital programme. So I think there may be some interplay between revenue and capital nationally, which may then impact on us on the ground here, as well as the ICS. So I think there's a degree of fluidity until all of those plans have landed across both capital and revenue. And I would suggest some of that fluidity we would hold in business committee, with the infrastructure committee effectively trying to manage through the consequences of both of those and ensuring we've had full delivery of whatever we've been allocated as a plan. And I think the real method that we utilised really well this year was having Plan B and Plan C plans ready to go off the shelf to make us as agile as possible for A, pots of money becoming available at very short notice that we can effectively apply for, and B, being able to mitigate both the time that some of the capital programmes can take, i.e. how quickly we can spend the money, as well as an ability to move spend between financial years.
Thank you, Azra. If there are no further comments or questions, shall we move to People Committee then? Suzanne and Rachel, please. Thank you.
Hi, Effie, it's Nina and I think that was just a slip there.
Beg your pardon, Nina and Rachel.
That's but no problem, Effie. And we're going to slightly flip the order. Rachel is going to start, and then I'm just going to come in with a couple of observations stroke questions.
Thanks very much. So I'm going to start with 1213, which is the vacancy recruitment risk. And as I see it, this is the big beast of all risks. It keeps me awake at night, and it affects, I think, almost every other one of the risks in terms of in some way, in terms of what we're trying to achieve as an organisation. So overall, our overall vacancy number isn't as scary, but what is scary is some of the vacancy positions in different areas where we know that we have some significant problems, and that comes through from our discussions at the quarterly operational review. But also, if you look at page 21 and 22 of the pack, you can see that every directorate almost is listing vacancy issues as being a problem that's impacting them and is a real risk. So my proposal, as Iffy has already trailed and which I've discussed with People Committee NEDs, is that we increase the rating for this risk at the next People Committee and make it a significant risk. So it would be a 4x4 likelihood and consequence. There are some specific risks around prisons expansion that we will explore separately and capture separately. So I'm going to focus here, if that's all right, on what we're doing for the rest of the organisation that's not related to expansion. So, recruitment vacancies, what are we doing about it? So the difficulty, as we know, is that all NHS trusts are facing real staffing pressures. We do know that our neighbouring trusts are struggling even more than we are, and we are fishing in a very shallow pond for staff. We're constrained by our pay structures in terms of agenda for change. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we have explored every possible option that could make a tangible difference. And what we've done is we've brought in some consultants who are really expert in this space to crawl through all our data, examine all of our trends, understand exactly where the hotspots are, join up with Health Education England and really kick the tyres so that we properly understand in really granular detail the nature of the problem we face and understand all the evidence-based solutions that could make a difference. There are so many things that we could do and that we're trying, and we want to be really focused on those which are proven to improve. But what we do know is, sadly, is that there aren't going to be any silver bullets. But by the end of June, beginning of July, I want us to be really clear as an organisation that we have the best possible plan in place that will move this forward as much as we can. But realistically, we are not going to tackle this issue for a long time, and we are going to just need to keep cracking on with trying to drive improvements and make improvements where we can. So we're not complacent in any way. We are doing a huge number of things as well as that bit of consultancy work. We are meeting with directorate teams, with finance, with Azra and I, to make sure that our processes are as smooth as they can be and to try and make sure that we can support innovation, different ways of doing things. We've launched the new graduate scheme, as we've already mentioned, fantastic levels of interest there. We're redesigning our roles to make the best use of resources, and Jane is leading work on this. We've got a strong apprenticeship pipeline, more than 130 now, so we really are thinking about different ways of getting talent into the organisation. We're thinking about how we work with our local colleges to work with them differently and to help them work with us to create pipelines. We've got some specific recruitment hotspot roles, including for our TUPEs, and we've got a dedicated steering group focused exclusively on workforce planning that Ian chairs. We know that there's more that we can do around branding. Oxleas getting our message out there about what it's like to work here, and there are options for us to do more centralised recruitment for some of our hotspot roles. But we are really, by the beginning of July, I'll be coming back to you with a plan about where we go from here. So that's the big beast of a risk. Nina, was there anything you wanted to bring in on that?
Please, Rachel, thank you. We've discussed this as people committee non-execs, and I wonder if it might just help simulate the discussion if I raise some of the things that we've discussed. So the first point is, I think we all acknowledge that it's important to distinguish between those levers that are managed nationally, whether it's by NHSEI or others, and you touched on, for example, the Agenda for Change pay scales, but there are local levers that you also touched on, and I guess I wanted to share, for the benefit of other NEDs, your perspective on whether we really are doing as much as we can in some areas that we've discussed, like moving band 2s to band 3s. The second point was, you know my views that I believe that there is an aspect of the staff vacancies that is very much an HR issue, because it's HR that provides the framework, the process, a lot of the operational stuff, but it's just as much an issue for the individual directorates that are recruiting. From an HR specific perspective, is there any part of the challenge that we face that might be because we need to adapt the size and the structure of HR within our organisation to keep pace with some of the really quite dramatic challenges we've seen in recent years? I'm talking about some of the BAFO things, I'm talking about recruitment pressures, the mandatory vaccination and the ongoing impact of that. And yeah, I'll restrict it to those two for now.
Thanks, Nina. So I think it is a live topic at the moment, the size of the HR team and the structures that we've got in place. We are changing quite dramatically as an organisation, and designing things that are going to work for the new reality that we're working in, I think, is really important. There have been some new resources that we've had in terms of driving the equalities agenda, which are going to make a really big difference. But I think you're absolutely right. I want us to reflect at the end of this next 6-week process about whether we've got the right recruitment support in place in particular, and that's something I would definitely like to explore, and we'll be discussing with exec colleagues about what we have in place. Thank you.
And Rachel, just on the first point around, do you think there's more we ought to be doing in terms of local levers? Are we being as ambitious as we could in terms of band 2s moving to band 3s, or other initiatives that are within our gift?
So yeah, so the issue around band 2s and band 3s is an interesting one. I see that actually as being more about retaining and valuing our staff. Clearly, there are real significant cost implications of that. What we focused on this year is around making sure that we're able to meet the London living wage for all of the staff who work at Oxleas, which is a step forward for us as an organisation. The cost, and then we will be looking, and Azra and I are taking away a review of what we do around band 2s and band 3s to make sure that that group of staff feels really valued, and how we best approach that. So there are some things that we need to kind of work through around band 2s and band 3s. And in terms of local levers, we are working across South East London to try and make sure that we are better at workforce planning, that we are joining up around things like community mental health transformation. We are really sweating our relationships with local colleges and with universities to try and think creatively about how we might do this. And I think you'll see some of that stuff coming through in the plan as it emerges. Thank you. Suzanne.
Thank you, Rachel.
It was just a quick question, Rach. I mean, congratulations on what appears to have been a really good response to the graduate scheme that's been introduced. And I'll keep my fingers crossed that the high number of applicants converts into a really good group of people recruited. At the moment, what do you think has generated the interest in that scheme? What is it that's making people want to come and perhaps test out being a graduate trainee with us that doesn't apply to other areas of the work? And you know, is there anything that we can learn from that?
Thank you. It's a good question. And I'll need to say that, you know, all of the hard work here was really by Lorraine and Aisling as well, in terms of designing a programme, which I think was really attractive and very focused on bringing in people who are interested in a clinical kind of pathway. Whereas I think a lot of the graduate schemes are focused on kind of management pathways into the NHS, I think, for graduates. I think there are a huge number. I mean, I've got a daughter who will soon be applying for these sorts of things. I think there are an awful lot of interest of graduates coming into the NHS, I think. I don't think we've specifically targeted them in this way before. And it's been something that Effie's been really keen that we pursue, and I think looks as though it will be, hopefully, really successful. We know that LGT did something similar, but they were looking for more kind of management kind of capacity. They also had an absolutely phenomenal response. So certainly worth us pursuing this market, I think. We've started off with 13, but if this works, we definitely want to scale it up. Any other questions around recruitment and vacancies?
No, I didn't see any other hands.
I was expecting to have many more. I was all geared up with questions around agenda for change and things. All right, so we move on to the next one. So the next BAF risk that we have at People Committee is in two parts, really. One relates to discrimination, the sorts of things that we're tackling through Building a Fairer Oxleas, and the second relates to violence and abuse. These are both things which are covered in some detail in papers that you'll have hopefully read later on in the pack. So I'll just give you a summary here and see if you want to discuss it here, or we can be discussing some of the elements a little bit later in the agenda. So when it comes to Building a Fairer Oxleas, hopefully you all know just how much of a key priority this is for us as an organisation. A reminder that we started with a clear focus on race, and then we expanded to cover all protected characteristics. We've worked really well with our networks and our volunteers to ground our activity in areas that people think will make the biggest difference. And to some extent, I think this is working really well. So I think our networks and groups feel more listened to. I think they feel that we're focusing on the right things, and they do feel that there is strong organisational commitment. But what the staff survey shows is not changing is the day-to-day experience of discrimination from colleagues. So what I feel is that to a degree, BAFO is kind of preaching to the choir. It feels as though it's only reaching those parts of the organisation who are already receptive to this agenda. So I'm seeing that the focus for the next year needs to be on trying to ensure that we reach every part of Oxleas. And we've got detailed plans on this that we'll be taking to People Committee, and that I've discussed with our People Committee NEDs, and that we'll be bringing to the next BAFO meeting. So I think BAFO to date has been focused on getting some momentum going and breadth. And I now think it's about depth, about reaching bits of the organisation that we haven't reached before. The second part of this is around violence and abuse, and there's a specific paper on this because it's one of the building blocks in our strategy. Now, this has such a direct impact on the experience of our staff, how they experience their roles and whether they want to stay. Jane and I met with some of the band sixes in Acute and Crisis, and it was wonderful to be in a room with lots of nursing staff again. It feels like so long since, and their energy was fantastic, and it was a really excellent discussion. And this work around violence, aggression and abuse, it straddles lots of areas of responsibility, and so it's one that we really lead collectively on as an executive team. Jane, Ian, Abby, Rachel T and others all play a really active role, so I'd look really keen for them to come in if they've got anything they want to add. So we're focusing our approach on the 4 Ps, which is people, prevention, prediction and prosecution and restorative justice. We're focusing on proven quality improvement initiatives that have led to 40% reductions in violence and spreading that learning. We're working with the police as part of Operation Cavall, and they're really committed to working with us. We've established directorate leads who are leading it on a localised basis. We've got body-worn cameras. We've got set this group up as a subcommittee. We're working across South East London. We've got a conference we're planning. We're developing a staff patient compact. So there's a lot of stuff going on in this space. So my hope is that we are doing the things here that are going to make the biggest difference, but it's going to take all of us rolling up our sleeves to make the improvements that we want to see. That was violence and abuse. Can't see any other comments.
No hands.
Yeah.
I was just going to add, Rachel, that those who aren't people committee NEDs don't have the benefit of the bi-monthly sessions that we have with you, which are incredibly valuable because we go through things to quite a degree of granularity and with an enormous amount of healthy challenge and hopefully also support. The one thing that came out of our discussion yesterday was perhaps doing a little bit more to give us visibility over what others are doing in this space. And I said it was a particular blind spot that I felt because I'm used to on other boards having networks where people share experiences and just informal sounding boards. So I'm very grateful that you have offered to try and put us in touch with local non-execs who are also charged with people committee issues to try and get that additional lens.
Thanks, Nina. And just Joe's comment in the chat about making sure that we retain people at the end of these programmes, absolutely, that needs to be a focus. We need to make sure that we've been thinking through how we make sure we've got the finances set aside so that, you know, that it's absolutely smooth in terms of people being able to go to the progression roles that they need to at the end of these sorts of opportunities. Thank you. So my last one is around burnout and morale, and this clearly comes through in terms of the staff survey. So while our engagement levels are high, the staff survey shows that our morale has dropped in line with how it has in other organisations. And we also see in the staff survey results that staff aren't feeling that we're committed enough to their well-being. And it's really interesting to unpack what's behind that, because we do have a really comprehensive wellbeing offer. It compares really well with other trusts. But what we're trying to do is to bring it together under a banner so that people can see how all of these elements relate. We've got our staff assemblies, got £10,000 each to spend on their local areas in terms of improving wellbeing. We've got staff networks who do a fantastic job. We're going to be having staff away days. We think it's really important that now that the controls are lifting, that people can spend time together in person, rebuilding teams and focusing on the future. And that ability, I think, to gather together again, I think is going to make a real difference. We saw the podiatry team and the energy that's there of people being in one room together. So my hope is that if we celebrate those opportunities to come together, we will start to kind of draw a line and hopefully move forward beyond the impact of the pandemic and get back to some sense of normality and community. But I will say that when it comes to things like burnout and well-being, a lot of it will be impacted by staffing pressures. It comes back to the big pressure around vacancies, also around how people are treated by their managers, whether they feel heard. So our training around leadership for our frontline managers will be really important there too. That's what I was going to say around burnout and well-being. Nina.
Thank you, Nina.
Thank you, Rachel. Perhaps it's worth touching on the fact that we raised at the session we had yesterday with people NEDs, the question which feels like a really obvious one around cost of living crisis and how that's impacting potentially on staff and on well-being. I know there are some initiatives that you already have underway, but I guess to assure other members of the board that this is very much on the agenda, even if you don't see it signalled loudly in papers, it is absolutely a topic of discussion. My question was around the £10,000. How are we, do we know if that's being used, or are people in need of ideas to help or support to help use those? I know we've had a similar discussion at a recent board.
Thanks, Nina. So my hope, I mean, you'll remember that the timing of us launching the staff assemblies with the tagline "Let's Assemble" a month before lockdown wasn't great in terms of how we'd envisaged that these things would work. So our idea was that people would gather together, kind of have town hall type discussions and talk about what needed fixing locally. And of course, our staff assemblies have been brilliant in terms of being innovative and thinking of how they can create a sense of community, often in a more remote setting. Now my hope is that they can properly use that money in the way that we'd kind of intended it to facilitate things that happen locally, whether it's sporting events, whether it's local yoga, whether it's, you know, people doing kind of football teams and that sort of thing. So my hope is they'll be a bit reinvigorated now that the rules have changed. I think that's it from me.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. In the absence of any other questions, Andy, can I hand back to you?
Yes, thank you so much. I mean, I think tremendous amount of work gone in by the team and by my NED colleagues, but especially to our exec colleagues and the rest of the workforce, illustrated by that long discussion we've had on all of those issues. But as I think colleagues have said, that theme of demand, complexity and workforce challenges runs through just about everything that we've talked about. But thank you so much for that. I think as a result of that, we deserve something like a 10-minute break to recharge coffees or whatever. So if we can come back at 11:55, please. Much of what has been discussed a lot here, so I think we can move fairly swiftly through quite a lot of the rest of the agenda. 11:55, please. Thank you. There's a question, Iffy, from Stephen there about the risk for prison directorate and whether it should go on the BAF.
Yes, so, thanks. I just saw that. So what we will do is, as an exec, articulate the risk, and then we'll bring that back, perhaps through committees, because we just need to have a conversation as to whether we have one risk. That's one thing. And then the second thing we need to agree is whether we disaggregate the risks and broaden the existing risks that are relevant. And there's the final thing about taking a view as to where they sit in terms of board committees. But I think in principle, we agree that we need to, but it's just about being able to adequately capture what the risks are for the BAF, which is quite separate from the risk for the forensic and prison. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of expand on that a bit further, I suppose there's a question for me which we need to test out. Is there a risk that we're trying to articulate about our existing prison services? Then is there a risk that comes with expansion? And then are those two things connected? Without giving away my own kind of thoughts around this, but I think that's why we need a bit of time to kind of work on it and then bring it back to the board, as if he says, through the various, whatever the appropriate route is, just to kind of make sure that we're picking up on everybody's viewpoints.
Is that okay with you, Stephen?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it is a bit of a tricky one because, well, first of all, I think we definitely should have one when you look at the importance of the prison directorate, 25% of our turnover. And it's a tricky one because I think, as you both identified, it covers such a number of areas, staffing and governance, also our partners and subcontractors, as we've experienced at Wandsworth. So good to reflect on it. The only thing I would say is, I think the sooner we can get it onto the BAF, the better. So if we could have a fairly hurried approach on it, hurried but thorough.
So we already have 2 meetings in the diary, one for the execs alone, and a second meeting with our forensic and prison directorate colleagues within the next few weeks. And so I think it's something that will resolve within weeks, not months.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you both. Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to you on item 5, please, Iffy, Chief Executive.
Yemisi's got her hand up.
Oh, sorry, I did miss that. Yemisi?
Apologies, it was just a really quick comment following on from what Iffy was saying about prisons and the execs and meeting up for a meeting, and then the directorates are meeting up. And it was just a suggestion that maybe as a board that we wanted to carve out specific time for us to discuss that directorate and the expansion as well, to talk about the risks, to talk about the the direction of travel and how we want to change our structures to incorporate that going forward. I think that might be useful.
Yeah, good point, Yancy. Okay, thanks ever so much. Iffy, over to you, please.
Thank you. So my paper is in the pack, and I trust colleagues have read the paper. Just a few things that I want to amplify, if I may, and then I'll be happy to take any questions. So I did draw attention at our last strategic board to the publication of the Ocondom review, and also, as outlined in the paper, draw attention to the specific areas that board members have been asked to assure themselves of. You will agree, of course, that each of those areas are central both to our strategy and our building blocks, and in fact, areas that we are going to be covering today, and we did in fact cover at our last formal board. But that said, as I said previously, we will bring a paper in July to our July board to just assure the board of what additional things we think we should be doing within the trust. The second thing I wanted to draw attention to is, of course, you will have seen the latest update on the ICS, and in particular, the membership of the ICB. Just to note again that Louis Sherman and Southwark are yet to appoint their place leads. And the other thing to note is that we haven't as yet formally agreed the leads for the respective provider collaboratives and the network. But by my simple arithmetic, I think by the time we're done, we'll probably have between 20 and 25 members of the ICB. The other thing to say, which is pretty good news, is that the South East London's Comms and Engagement team won the Gold Award for Public Sector Campaign of the Year, which was entirely as a result of their vaccine campaign, Don't Miss Your Vaccine campaign, for which we are all really quite delighted. Our work continues in terms of how the SLP positions itself to take up the challenge of the mental health provider collaborative across South London, but for us specifically South East London. And tomorrow we're hosting a face-to-face event at the Oval, to which we've invited clinicians and leaders from the three trusts to jointly discuss areas that we think we could reasonably attack in the first instance as a way of improving delivery of healthcare across South London. The next thing I just wanted to touch on is the status with COVID, the fact that we now have new infection prevention and control measures in healthcare, quite distinct from what obtains in public, and the fact that our staff need to continue to wear masks, and indeed visitors also need to. And that seems to be causing some slight tension, and so we're having to emphasize to visitors that they still need to wear masks. This is interesting because Joe and I visited Queen Mary's yesterday. She had a face mask with her. I didn't, but I could get one right at the desk. But it was good to see that at Queen Mary's, everyone, or pretty much everyone that I encountered, had a mask on. So they're still in the consciousness of some members of the public that when they enter into a hospital, they wear a mask, or it may just be that they don't always see our bedded services, for example, as in the same way. So you will have seen in the report and would have also read in Ian's report that we've taken over Wandsworth and Kent prisons, and that we have been successful in Southwest England. I'm not going to rehearse the discussions we've already had about risk, about meetings that we've planned, but I really will say that we cannot underestimate what the challenges that lie ahead are. But we will do our absolute best to provide every support to our colleagues in forensic and prison as we embark on this journey. I think as you read my report and indeed the rest of the papers in the bundle, it's pretty clear that operational pressures remain. Our services feedback does seem to suggest that there's work to be done. And similarly, HR Claire has already talked about our staff and some of the work that we need to do based on the staff survey. I thought it's useful to put all of that feedback, particularly to do with services as in the context of the satisfaction survey that came out in March, showing the level of dissatisfaction with the NHS and the reasons for that. And I think that again emphasizes the amount of work that we all need to do to really regain that confidence that the public had in the NHS in the last 2 years. And our staff will be instrumental in doing that. But of course, we recognize that they're very tired and really stretched. That's been much of what we've been talking about all morning. And we are doing our absolute best to ensure that their well-being is paramount, including their psychological well-being. And I'm really grateful to colleagues who have set up a number of events and a number of groups to support our staff so that we can be assured that they're well looked after to continue the work that I think feels a bit unrelenting right now and may well remain so for the month and possibly a year or two to come. That's all I wanted to say, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks very much, Iffy. I appreciate the points you make around the prisons and forensic and the challenge. But equally, got to say congratulations to everybody involved for winning those contracts. I mean, is this now in the public domain? We're at a public meeting now, of course, and we are talking about it. I'm getting nods. Secondly, have we publicised this internally, externally, and have we got any clear messaging to our staff and partners? Firstly, as to why we went for them, and you know, the positive messages about what this means for Oxleas.
So yes, we can discuss it in a public meeting. Ian is shaking his head. Ian.
Yeah, we're actually still in the calling off period. So just to point that out, as Michelle pointed out to me a couple of days ago. So
how long does that last?
Not for much longer. I had anticipated that it would be over by the time of this board meeting. I don't think there's any problem having it in the papers, but it is in the calling off period, and there has been a challenge issued, as I understand. The nature of the challenge, I'm not clear on. But I don't think there's any concern that it's going to impact on the outcome.
I suppose as and when it is clear, then, as I say, if we have some media strategy internally and externally, at the appropriate time, just to make sure that colleagues on the ground are clear as to why we went for it, the benefits for us, and why we think we're a good trust as far as delivering prison services are concerned. Right, I've completely lost touch with what order we went by. I'll just go according to my screen. Stephen, please.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Iffy. Iffy, I was very pleased to see the page 43 about local feedback. I mean, I think across the NHS and Oxleas are the same. We always have a challenge, don't we, on getting sufficient levels of patient experience feedback. So it's really great to see the work that we're doing with Greenwich University and Imperial College. Can you just, to manage our expectations, give us a feel, when do you expect to see some results on those two cooperations?
I don't have the detail. Can I invite Neil? Are you able to give that level of detail?
Yeah, it's a 2-year project. So it's across a number of trusts. We're actually in the first. So I think we're looking at about a year to 18 months before we can get something that's really workable with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne, please. Suzanne?
Is that okay now? Sorry, it's a bit slow button this morning. I'm wondering if Neil might want to clarify that, as I understood it, his earlier answer to the 2-year project was about the national work that's going on, because the work that we're doing locally is going to complete much sooner than that. Would you like to just comment on that, Neil, before I come in?
Yes, I mean, we've been looking at what can possibly be sort of rolled out locally. So we're just agreeing the way the dashboards look in a way that would be useful for local teams. Yes, it's a 2-year project nationally. To be honest, I'm not absolutely sure what we can then sort of branch off and start using ourselves. I think that will have to be agreed with the project team to do that.
Maybe I misunderstood, but I think Stephen's question was partly about the co-production piece that we're doing locally. Am I right, Stephen? I just think it's such an important piece of work that you're doing, Neil, on trying to redesign our local system to be more resolution focused.
Oh, yeah. Well, in terms of the sort of whole complaints thing, because the Imperial work is a 2-year project, sorry, but the complaints project, one of the pieces that we want to, the timeline for that is much shorter. There's several bits to it. The first bit is that we need to understand what kind of assurance we can give and think if there's a way of doing that in a more efficient way. Truth is, it's going to rely on the competence of people doing that. So we need to always be looking at how we're going to train and support people. That's where this project will fit in with building block 3. The co-production piece around what do people actually want from early resolution, we're doing with our service users who've complained, we're interviewing staff, and we're trying to understand what those competencies would look like. That will be by September.
Thanks, Neil. I might have been wrongly poking my nose in, but I thought that perhaps colleagues who weren't on PQAC would value knowing about that. I had my hand up because I wanted to raise a point about the Ocondom review, and it's just something that I would appreciate a little bit of focus on when you come back to the board. I think one of the things that is problematic about some of these national reviews is that they focus on a particular issue and then you get recommendations which are particular to that. And one of the particular things about Telford and Shrewsbury is that it doesn't have a strikingly diverse population. That if you were looking at failures of maternity services in northwest London 15 years ago, for example, what you'd be seeing is some real health inequalities coming out in the services that were offered. And I think, you know, people around the table may be aware that the maternal mortality rate for Black women is 5 times that of white women. So as we think about the implications of the Ocondom report, I'd actually quite like the exec to recognise what's not in there. And what is not in there is a recognition of the importance of health inequalities to the sorts of outcomes that people get. And you know, I'm not saying that because it wasn't written about, you know, should be in our response, but as I say, the difficulty is in what these national reports sometimes don't address. I think the other thing that is striking to me about it is how little it had to say about the role of non-executives in holding to account these services. I think that there was a gross failure to do that properly there, and that goes partly to learning from incidents. So I think that we should take the opportunity to reflect on how a well-functioning unified board would not have permitted the persistent resistance to accepting what women were telling the trust about their experiences to have continued. So again, I think that's something that I would hope that we might reflect on in our own response.
That's very helpful, Suzanne, and we'll certainly bear those in mind and ensure that our response captures those issues. Of course, inequalities is one of those biggest things that the NHS has got to grapple with, you know, and we did talk at the last strategic board about our services on the whole and whether there are aspects of our services where people seem able to just carry on in spite of concerns that we may have. So I think that this does indeed have far-reaching consequences, even on account of the discussions we've had this morning about our BAF, you know, our ability to spot when services are going adrift, our ability to act very quickly, you know, yeah. But we'll bear those things in mind. Thank you.
Well said, Suzanne. That was a really, very powerful point. Thank you. Emma-C, please.
Thanks, Andy. My point actually leads really nicely on from what Suzanne was saying in terms of the Ocondom reports, because yes, there are 4 pillars, but I think another aspect that was picked up in the report was where it talked about the Republic of Maternity. And I think an aspect that I'm hoping is going to come out in our report to the board is about considering organisational quality culture or safety culture in terms of governance and oversight, and whether that also you know, exists in our organisation, and that we also don't have our own republics that are just left to do, you know, as and what they feel. And just because their risks might not be on our BAF doesn't necessarily mean that we shouldn't have oversight of them. So it would be good to see that. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, MC. Yeah.
Thank you. If there are no further questions for Iffy, thanks ever so much. Iffy, we'll move on to.
We've got Joe and Jim.
Oh, sorry, it's seen on my screen. Sorry. Go. Okay, Joe. Please.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple. I saw that we've got this Department of Health call for evidence on the 10-year plan to improve mental health. I just wondered whether we are planning either as a trust or as the SLP to respond to that, because I think it's easy to say we could respond, but it won't make the jot of difference. But I think it's actually quite good to get our thoughts in order and expressed, because coming back to your point, I think you made earlier, Iffy, about influencing, you know, we may make some broad, bold comments that we feel, you know, perhaps aren't taken up. But in terms of within the ICS, I think it would be good to share a vision of how we think mental health services ought to be organised and how they ought to develop. So I realise that comes with a whole load of resource commitment, but I do think there are some advantages of setting things out, even if you're not doing it in too detailed a way. The second one, which is I think a point you'll recognise, Iffy, from our meeting yesterday, is the point on page 41 that all areas can return to pre-pandemic physical distancing, but will remain at 2 metres where infectious respiratory patients are cared for. And this is the issue that we had from the community rehab team yesterday about, I mean, they are doing a great job on waiting lists, but the way they're managing their waiting lists is that they are prioritising, not surprisingly, urgent referrals. But it means if you are a more bog standard GP referral for rehabilitation input, we are basically getting around at the moment to those people who were referred last July. So that's the sort of timescale you're looking at for the less urgent. And one thing that is really impacting their ability to make progress with that group of people is that they can't have their group exercise classes. So we were trying to think about, you know, is there a way that we can manoeuvre through the regulations? They don't want to do the exercises with people with masks on, not surprisingly, but whether there's something in the latest iteration of rules and regulations that could help them do that on that with, for example, you know, vaccination records and risk assessments and all such. And then the third thing, and I think I heard this, was just going back to the point that was initially raised by Stephen and then explored by Suzanne. So are we seeing, because I had the same point, certainly around the local complaint system, I think what I heard, Neil, was that come September, we would largely have finished that piece of work, all but the fire. No, you're shaking your head.
No, just to clarify, I think it's a very complex piece of work because, as I say, we have one measure, which is around the completion. But of course, what we have to understand is that the system is about satisfaction of the complainant, but also the learning of the team. So we're trying by September to pilot a new way of completing things on time. The issue for me is that we need people with enough competence and sort of willingness and time to do this. Because even if you have a very sort of streamlined system, you're going to need people who are confident and competent and have the time to complete that. So that's the initial phase of this. I think it'd be interesting to see how that affects the completion rates, but that's a lot to do with how we understand the local resources within directorates, how people are assigned time to kind of complete this. So there's a lot of underlying problems with this, but it's we're taking it in stages.
Okay, so thank you for that. I guess I'm not particularly comfortable with this being an open-ended project. It's been an issue for a long time. And I think, you know, a more fundamental redesign is what's needed. I would say I don't think we get that many complaints. So I guess I'm expressing a measure of we don't need the deluxe version here. What we need is something that is fit for purpose, I think. And I would like over the next few months to get a firmer view about when we think that is going to be in place.
Yeah.
We'll certainly take that away and come back. Your first point I really liked as I reflected and was listening to you, which is about mental health and well-being plan. will be a great opportunity for us to engage local care partners who are constantly telling us about how they want to lead, because the call is also about how do you maintain the mental well-being of the population. And every time I've asked about involving public health, I've been told, yes, we will involve them. So I think we'll go away and see what we can do as an SLP driving mental health, but also engaging health. Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Ify. Joe, I just wanted to come back on your observations from your board visit. So we obviously wanted to get the revised guidance out as quickly as possible, because there was quite a lot of, well, there was an urgency to get that out, and I think people wanted clarity. I think, and we discussed this as ICC this morning, we now need to do targeted follow-up discussions with particular teams, and I think the team that you mentioned is one of those. So Helen and Emma from the team will make themselves available to really just to help teams navigate their way through this framework. And on that note, we still have a service closed, which is the hydrotherapy service for adults with a learning disability, mainly because even with the revised guidelines, it doesn't allow us to safely bring people back if we see it from in that kind of context. But obviously, the longer that goes on, the concern I and others have is that something that's designed to protect vulnerable adults from risk of contracting COVID means that they're not getting the maintenance input or the treatment input that they would derive from hydrotherapy. So I think we always foresaw that it would be a number of steps to kind of get it right for every area, and that will but that's the conversation we're going to be having over the next few weeks.
Thanks, Ian. Jim, please.
Just a quick one, really. I think Joe covered off the majority of my question and comment, really. But to Neil again, just following up on what Stephen said about the local feedback, I was quite interested in one sentence that was in the report, was staff experience is an important precursor to patient experience, and how that pertains to sort of the feedback we get about attitude and behaviour. Is there evidence for that? Where's that come from? It's quite an interesting statement.
Well, it's a great question. So when we look at other trusts who are experiencing similar sorts of problems, particularly in mental health services, where it's attitude and behaviour, some of the impulse is to immediately go to sort of customer care type of training, or kind of quite sort of simple solutions. And I think when we've spoken to directorates, it seems unlikely that those skills have just dropped away, and seems more likely that, and of course we'll keep those things going, seems more likely that something more complex is happening on the front line of care. And we can triangulate that with other forms of feedback. So as I said, some of the feedback we get in patient experience is more aggressive, is more challenging, is kind of ruder about staff, naming staff in particular. So our hypothesis is that there's something going on the front line that is very exhausting for staff and for service users. So rather than just go down the road of thinking this is a simple need for customer service skills, but actually what we need to do is to kind of build up the resilience of our staff, which is all the stuff that Rachel Clare has been talking about, trying to understand how staff can kind of manage this more stressful situation, which is also, of course, in their own lives as well. So we're trying to understand that complex point of care, but the whole that line actually comes from the Point of Care Foundation, which is that everything about patient experience is dependent on how you support staff, and do you see how that kind of works in a cycle like that?
I mean, I just think it's really interesting that you're getting to the nub of attitude and behaviour, and it's not just retraining. So I think that's quite important.
Yeah.
Dan, please.
I just wanted to come back in on the issue of complaints and, meeting deadlines and so on, because I've been working with Neil and colleagues to support this project. Since I joined the trust, it's come up at, virtually every PQAC that I was first at was about failing to meet this target of turning around the complaints in the appropriate time. And I've seen different approaches to it, including the just do it. We don't want this to come back to PQAC, including let's shift towards trying to do more early resolution by phone. I raised questions at the time about whether or not our staff were properly equipped to resolve quite complex issues with distressed patients on the phone. It's not easy. So I fully support Neil coming at this with fresh eyes to say, what is the fundamental issue here? Is it just about trying to reduce time in the pathways, or is there something really more important that we need to be thinking about, which is when people bring a complaint to the trust, what are they trying to get us to hear? What are they trying to elicit from us by way of a response, and how do we hear and respond in appropriate ways? I don't think this work is quick. It's being done in co-production. It's being done, with patients. It's being done in work with the directorates. And I don't think there is a quick solution. I think it's quite possible that we get to the end of it and we still don't find that we've got a perfect system. But I think we have to accept that in any form of improvement activity, there is a possibility of failure. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't try coming at things in a different way, because so far we've tried all the kind of obvious, quick, short ways and they haven't worked. So we need to try something else. And I'm optimistic that this may bring a slightly different end point, but that's partly because, again, one of the very first questions I raised when I joined the board as a NED was, why are we focusing on time? Is that really the most important thing for patients, just to get a long letter that they may only partially understand on time? My view is that is not the most important thing. They need to know that we have really heard what they've tried to say to us. And I do think, I'm saying this because I'm really hoping that as a board, we can support Neil with this, give it the time that it needs, and accept that he's trying to do something which we haven't tried before, and it may not succeed, but it's still worth trying.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Yes, so thanks, Suzanne. Yeah, I get that. Well, I was just thinking that we can't be on our own in this, can we? Many organisations deal with complaints. We don't have to be the most original as far as this is concerned, and I don't think we should be seeking perfection. I think that can be a thankless task. So anyway, we look forward to the fruits of your labours in due course. So, Aisling, please.
Sorry to come in late. Just to say briefly is that, of course, we're not in the same. We're in roughly the same place as other trusts as well. But what I've noticed is different, having worked in other organisations recently, is that the volume of re-complaints that come back to us are high. So people dissatisfied with what we've written, or that the quality of the letter wasn't right, or indeed feeling like we haven't addressed the point. So I absolutely endorse Neil's work to have a conversation and to thrash things out as early as possible. So I just wanted to add that detail.
That's helpful, Ashley. I always think these things aren't that impenetrable, though. Getting the thing right. Say that many organisations deal with complaints all the time. Some well, and some, as we all know, extremely badly. And there might well be some better off-the-shelf solutions that might speed us towards an end game. Anyway, thank you very much for that. We'll now move on to Ian, please.
Thank you, Andy. So hopefully everybody's had a chance to read the report. There's quite a lot of detail in it around what is happening within each directorate, and I think it tries to set out the challenges and some of the achievements that are have taken place since the last board. A lot of the points that are highlighted on the front sheet have been covered under the BAF discussion. So there is an ongoing theme about demand and capacity across all services, but I think it is particularly noted within our community services, both physical health and mental health, as we've discussed, and also as we will be returning to later on around our bedded services. I wanted to highlight the focus work, particularly given that Aisling is with us, that she continues to lead on to improve grip and control and the operational processes within her directorates. And there will be an opportunity at the next quarterly operational review to go through the business plan for the service. Despite all the challenges, there are also some examples of really good practice highlighted. There is the award that adult mental health services are up for in Bromley. There's a recent workshop facilitated between our learning disability service and King's around epilepsy, and also in physical health, the work around frailty as well, which has been highlighted. If he has already mentioned the transfer of the mental health services at Wandsworth to Oxleas, and the transfer, the mobilisation, the launch of the new Kent specification around prisons as well. I think that there have been issues, particularly around staffing in Wandsworth, that we've been having to work through, and we've had detailed discussion at PQAC around that. And myself and Lawrence continue to meet with the team on a weekly basis around that. In terms of the report as well, you have got the IBR sitting behind the text. There are a number of indicators where performance isn't where it should be. All of these at the moment fall under the purview of the PQAC, and when we get to the PQAC discussion, you'll see that we've introduced a much, from my point of view, a much better revised front sheet, which now goes to the exec as well as PQAC, which sets out in a bit more detail what is sitting beneath the kind of trust metric, and how that gets played out in individual directorates, setting out what the issues are, what the current performance is, what we're trying to do about it, and the anticipated timescale. So I was probably going to leave it at that, Andy. Very happy to take questions.
Thanks, Ian. Any questions for Ian, please? Joe, please.
And not actually questions. I just wanted to say, you know, we know, and we've discussed at length on our BAF discussion, all the challenges to the trust. And it's really interesting to read in this report that despite all that, we are doing some really good stuff. So I particularly just wanted to highlight the Falls and Frailty Service, which is it's great that that's now got some continuing funding. Again, that was a service that Ify and I visited last month. The ALD epilepsy work, some really scary stuff in there. So, you know, I really like to see us taking the lead on ALD. I think we've got some great practitioners, so I think that's super. And then the community mental health team working in Bromley in the homeless shelters, which to me is, you know, absolutely what we should be doing in terms of really trying to help with inequalities. I guess my only question on that one is that now ended because it was winter funding? I hate this winter funding. Or is there a chance that we could continue to support that work? But, you know, just well done to the team for you know, some really, really amazing and leading stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Joe. And I think it is really important to highlight those positives, because it is very easy to put them to one side. In terms of the work around the winter shelter, I mean, we've got a long history of supporting it, but I think this is the first year where there's been kind of a discrete pot of money available to kind of expand the input. So I'll need to check with Lorraine, but my hope is that that would continue. And I think you're right, actually. It's a really, in the context of inequalities, that's a really kind of interesting point to make, actually. Yeah.
Stephen, please.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Thanks, Ian. Yes, I endorse what Joe's just said. You know, given the we've got an overall shortage of staff still in a number of key areas. Yet, notwithstanding that, there's a lot of really good things going on. 3 questions from me, Ian. I'll run them together. If it's okay with you. The female PQ. Last I heard was still a couple. I know you refer to it in the text, but last I heard was still a couple of years off that opening. Any confirmation of that would be, or timing on that would be helpful to know. Further on in the bundle, I mean, it is page 232, but it is relevant to your area. There is a reference to client cancellations in mental health services, 62%, and community 52%. I'm just hoping you're going to tell me that's pretty much COVID related. But if not, that would be quite worrying figures. And again, I think it does emphasise, whether it's COVID related or not, it does emphasise the point about virtual appointments, which are just much easier to manage. Cancellations, do not attends are much easier to manage in that type of appointment. I fully appreciate that doesn't suit every appointment or every clinician or every program that we offer, but any background to that would be quite useful to know. And the final thing, performance against outstanding actions, 68% achieved against a target of 90%, but I see there is a reference to that being a February figure. So does that, when we get an up-to-date figure on that, are we much closer to our target? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Steve. So I'll take them in the order that the questions came, and I might bring in Aisling for the first one. As far as I understand, the timescale for the female PQ is still indicated to be 2024. But Aisling, you might want to just talk. There are a number of kind of dependencies that need to be worked through to actually get that project going.
Thank you. We're working closely with the SLP, our colleagues, to finalise the business plan and funding. SLP have agreed to fund, well, that'll be all 3 trusts, the £200,000 design work, which is critical in terms of moving to the next step. And the business case is the next key milestone, which is due to be delivered, I think, to Portfolio Board in September time. The main dependency was us finding a downstairs location in our trust, and we've made significant progress to identify the downstairs area where Shrewsbury currently sits. So we've had lots of low-level discussions with the team on Shrewsbury, Shepherd Lees, and to work with them, because they had already historically indicated that they'd like to move from Oxleas House to create an older person's hub. So the current position is that I've asked for a time frame from SLP for when the sod would be turned on building the new board, and then I can work back from there to work with trust colleagues and Shepherd Lees colleagues to talk about where we would move to and when, because that's a parallel project then. But we're on track at the moment. There's nothing that's being delayed, and nothing that I know of at the moment that would delay. If the business case still stacks up, and if the demand is right to build a 12-bed or a 10-bed ward, then it would proceed, and we should have the timeframes before long from SLP for when they expect the sod to be turned.
I just come in to expand on that. So there is an issue about the capital funding of that, and I've made very clear to SLP I think that needs to come from the strategic pot. It will have to come from the South East London strategic pot, and we're basically doing a multi-layered approach now to the ICS to make sure that this is on the agenda at every meeting that capital is discussed. So I know that Rachel is picking it up via the estates, I'm picking it up via the finance, and I've communicated very clearly back to SLP the methodology that we need to apply in order to get that through. I've still got a figure of 1.8 million. That's excluding the 200,000 that we've had for this year. So some of it may depend if that financial figure increases at all during this process.
Just South East ICS then, Ezra.
I think it will just be South East ICS because it's sitting within our patch, and it's actually very difficult to move capital funding between ICSs. So I think in reality, that is where it is going to need to sit. We had put it through on our medium-term flat plan but I think it's just making sure it keeps to the top of the agenda. And that's going to be the key issue that we're going to find through this. So I recognise it's ourselves in South West London and St George's that will be accessing and utilising that facility, but it will have to sit within the South East London capital pod.
Seem to be talking about female PQ for the last 6 years, as far as I remember. So we'll look forward to this. And as you say, Ashley, when they turn the first over, that'd be great, wouldn't it? But we'll see. Right, Jim, please.
Do you want? Sorry, Andy. Did you want me to answer?
Yeah. Two other questions.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of the second one was around cancellations. So you're absolutely right to say that the pattern of both provider and service user cancellation has changed during COVID. I mean, what I would need to do is to kind of look at the data over a longer period of time, just to kind of put that in context. But as an example of how it shifts, if you look at the data, you'll have seen that there's a sharp decline in the number of cancellations in December last year, and that's because we went into business continuity and offered fewer appointments. So, you know, and therefore there were fewer cancellations. The second thing I wanted to just, and this is the kind of most important thing, I think, that Rio doesn't distinguish cancellations where an appointment isn't convenient and it gets rebooked from a cancellation and then nothing happens. So even though a cancellation has occurred, that doesn't mean that the appointment wasn't rescheduled. And the reasons why appointments get cancelled and rescheduled can be for a variety of reasons. So from a service user point of view, that has definitely been impacted by COVID, because if it was a face-to-face appointment, people, you know, there was a period of time where people weren't confident around having face-to-face appointments. So it is really important that this doesn't mean that an appointment wasn't offered. It was just that the original appointment might have been cancelled and rescheduled. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess it would be good to get that differentiation in the data available, wouldn't it? You know, to get to understand a little bit better as to whether it was rescheduled or not.
Sure, and I'll invite Alison perhaps in the comments to say how easy it might be to kind of
yeah.
And you have to forgive me, Steve, I've forgotten your third question
now. Yeah, about the intensive case, no, sorry, the performance against outstanding actions, where we're showing an achieved figure of 68% against a target of 90. But the figure does, there is an annotation that it relates to February. So it was just, when you get an up-to-date figure, are you expecting us to be a lot nearer the target?
The short answer is yes, and there is an awful lot of focus being put on this by directorate management teams. But yeah, I haven't seen the latest data, Steve, but this is, you know, this is something that's been a lot of focus on.
Okay, and then just jumping back to the female PQ, the only reason I asked the question was because I knew it was about 2 years from SLP meetings, but I just wanted everyone to understand that it's not something that's going to happen anytime soon.
No, absolutely, and I think as well as the points that colleagues have already made, I think what is clear where we want PQ to go, but then it's about the what sits behind that. So what does that mean for Shepherd Lees and where that goes? And there are various options that we could look at in terms of complexity of moves that sit behind it. So one option is to bring all older people's wards together. Another is to simply move Shepherd Lees upstairs. And dependent on which option we go for, it's going to be more complicated or less complicated.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Jim, sorry.
Yeah, you take it through, Ian.
Okay. Thanks, Ian. Firstly, just like to echo Joe's comments about the improvements. It's really nice to see that right at the beginning of the document. My question relates to something I think we discussed at last board, and that was during COVID. I think you said that the liaison with the police had sort of lessened somewhat, and in some sense they are one of our drivers for the presentation at ED. really good to see that you're now making those connections again. Maybe you can explain what those connections are and whether you think they will help the number of people presenting at ED for our services.
Sure. I mean, Aisling has been doing a lot of the leadership around that locally. So I don't know, Aisling, do you want, because I think the conversation we had last time was about reinvigorating some of those local structures. And I know that was in your report, Aisling, but I don't know if you want to add further detail.
I will. When you look at the whole system that drives attendances at EDs and demand for beds, we had to do a quick look at this in the autumn time, in October, November, because we knew we'd have to do something very urgent, because we noticed the volume of people turning up, particularly Queen Elizabeth and HBOS, who were experiencing long waits, but the route to how they got there wasn't fitting in with what we had commissioned our services to deliver. So we quickly highlighted the weak points, and within the Acute and Crisis Directorate, it is our crisis teams and our liaison, and our escalation across those three areas, crisis liaison and HBOS. If I concentrate on Greenwich, it might be quicker, because what we noticed wasn't happening is that adherence to the trusted assessment framework. So we were unnecessarily duplicating assessments and leaving people wait for a long time. And then what we found is people weren't articulating clinically why somebody needed to be admitted to a hospital bed. And that's something we're still trying to undo in terms of culture. In terms of the crisis teams, they were predominantly visiting people or seeing people in their offices. And in Greenwich, we're having a huge effort to try and get them to visit people at home. We've got them parking permits since December, pool cars, and we've obviously changed. I said, you need to do this, you need to see people at home. The third point in terms of our interface with community is we want our liaison and crisis services not to be territorial. We want them to notice things, notice who's turning up at ED, notice which CMHT that is, and discreetly telephone that management so that every day there's a conversation about why has this person turned up to ED, and to instigate and to use properly any frequent attenders forms we have. So you can't just email people to tell them to do this. So there's two key things that are happening three key things that are happening at those three interface points. One is HBOS. We've completely revised the escalation policy there to include time frames for escalation involving clinicians, operation leads. So previously we were just telling somebody there was a breach maybe after the breach occurred. We need to get much better at identifying and correcting any threats to delays, including, of course, ring fencing a bed for HBOS and inpatients if that's needed. We've been unable to do that for the last few weeks, but it is something we want to do in the future. Liaison and crisis are huge system kind of members, so we do have to absolutely do a reset project for the three of them. Crisis teams is halfway through, and we're finding loads of cultural issues, but we've made huge progress. And with liaison, we've had to accelerate that. And what we've done is completely change the gatekeeping process to reduce duplication, promote agile working and joint working, and get them to document decisions for a clinical admission as early as possible. We have enough staff, so please, we do have enough staff in crisis and liaison. We need to load the resources and generate a culture there where they're interested in seeing people as quickly as possible and making swift decisions across 24 hours and safe decisions. So there are other elements, but I think it's really important that you hear that those are the three main pinch points for why people are attending AD and what are we doing about treating people in the community. What I haven't mentioned is our work with the 136 digitization. Oxleas are out in front with that. We're ready to go, and we've digitized the pathway. And the other bit is we're resetting our relationship with the police so that we can direct them towards calling our crisis line and our North 300 advice line rather than convey people to ED. But that's a pan-London piece of work with the Met Police.
And just to say, Jim, on that last point, so Angela Murdoch, who is now leading the urgent emergency care work across London around mental health, she convened a meeting last week between kind of trust representatives and the police. So myself and my counterpart from SLAM were there. And it was an initial meeting, but I think some of the things that Aisling's highlighted, which are around trying to minimise the amount of traffic that goes through 136 route, were highlighted. The digitisation will be, something that will really kind of be a game changer, I think. The other things are that there have been a couple of schemes, one with the police and one with LAS, about which are effectively joint emergency response cars, again to try and affect a change in the footfall at ED. I think both of those projects need a thorough evaluation. I think that was kind of recognised by everybody that was there, both police and health reps. So I think that point about the quality of the advice being given by our emergency crisis line is again something that's getting played out across London. So I think all of these things, there's quite a lot of momentum behind. So yeah, we're very much part of a bigger jigsaw. But I think Aisling, you've done a really good job in terms of resetting some of those local police relationships, which I think there was a bit of a gap for a little while. So
thank you for that. That's brilliant.
Suzanne.
Thank you. Those of us who are on PCRAC have plenty of time to pull apart the data and criticise, so I'm not going to do that here. I'm going to do the opposite. I wanted to pick out a couple of things that I was really pleased to see. One, and this is particularly as we'll be talking about the crisis house later as well, but I think it's really fabulous that we've seen full occupancy for the crisis house during April. I've always felt this a really important part of our offer, and I'm delighted to see that it's being properly used. So congratulations to everyone who's been involved in getting that going. Interestingly, I think there may be a lesson to learn here around introducing a new service and ensuring it's fully used, which takes me to the second thing I wanted to say, is that I'm really pleased to see that the rapid falls pickup service is about to go live. I think this is incredibly important. I think it's important for patients, but it's also important for the LAS, who don't want to be in the position of leaving people on the floor for 5 hours or whatever it is. So it's fabulous that we've got this full service about to start. I wonder if there may be something to learn from the crisis house experience of making sure that people know that that facility is there and that the people who ought to be referring clients to it are referring clients to it. But I think there's been an enormous amount of really good work that's been reported in this board, this report to board, and I hope that we can take a moment just to reflect on how much has been achieved by staff this month.
No, thank you, Suzanne, and thank you other colleagues for the comments. It is really positive, and yeah, I think the falls pickup service is something that we've mobilised really quickly, and I mean this is something that's been mandated across the capital. I think we've really got behind it. It hasn't been without its difficulties in terms of kind of negotiating how we think it's best delivered locally against kind of NHSE kind of mandated approach. I mean, I'll certainly take back your comments about how we make sure that we get maximum use of it, because we have pretty good system structures around this through things like the Resplendent group. But as we talked about under the BAF, what really this stands and falls on is a kind of behavioural change within the system, and confidence of other parts of the system in this service. So yeah, I think it will need a lot of effort to kind of get it going. Yeah.
Thank you, Ian, and really well done. So fantastic work there. We move on now to item 7, please, and Rachel.
Thanks very much, Andy and everyone. So I'm going to try not to duplicate some of the discussions we've had previously, because we've already covered quite a lot of this ground. So what I'll do is just run through and give a highlight and then make sure that people are able to ask questions, if that's all right. So in terms of making Oxleas a great place to work, what we've tried to do here is to look at two things together, which is a bit of an update on where we are on the third building block in our strategy, but also to have a bit of an analysis of our staff survey results, the snapshot of what our staff were telling us in October and November last year about their experience. Don't need to rehearse all the reasons why it's been another tumultuous year for staff. COVID, VCOD, particular impact on underrepresented groups, And we've got staff struggling with cost of living crises, with staffing pressures and with increased demand. So we know that the backdrop against which we're trying to make Oxleas a great place to work is really challenging at the moment. We are doing a lot. I'm not going to go through everything that's in the paper. There's a lot around wellbeing. There's a lot around building a fairer Oxleas. Tom Clark is leading a group to try and tackle some of those knotty, long-standing issues that staff complain about, things like parking, staff rest areas. We've got our flourishing staff networks. They continue to grow and they're a real source of support for people. We've been doing a lot around menopause and that's really struck forward in the organisation, and we're developing more and more groups to support. And we're really investing in our managers and leaders, and we're focusing, as you've heard, a lot on workforce planning as well as developing our shadow executive. So there's a lot going on to improve experience. But what does our staff survey tell us about how we're getting on? So overall, right across the NHS, scores relating to morale and engagement are lower than they have been, and London in particular has struggled with issues around equalities and inclusion. In Oxleas, our engagement compares really favourably with other trusts. We're actually the second highest in terms of engagement amongst London mental health trusts. Of course, we're a mental health and community trust. And overall, the scores do reflect the challenging experiences of the last year. There are 4 areas that you'll have seen in the paper that I think the staff survey tell us that we need to tackle. One is around continuing and doubling down our work on building a fairer Oxleas. It's been really disappointing not to see the shift in staff experiences of discrimination that we'd hoped to see. We've asked them, should we go back to the drawing board? Is BAFO not the right response? Don't think what they're telling us is no, we're on the right track. We need to intensify the focus. So that's our focus for the next year. Wellbeing, we really need to keep building on this, helping people to come through the pandemic, feel different about their experience at work and have a whole host of things to support them in that. We're doing more around Safe to Speak Up. Our Guardian service already have more than 120 visits. They get out there and we've got so many other ways for people to raise concerns. And around bullying and abuse. We've talked about violence abuse already, we will again in a moment, but we also want to make sure that our leaders know how best to support their teams. We've got a really good leadership programme. We've got our values, which are built on the feedback around bullying and harassment. But we also want to think, is there more we could be doing around bullying? And then there are some great companies out there who've had real success with this. So we're going to talk to them about what more we might be doing. So those are the 4 big actions we're planning on taking in response to the staff survey. They fit with what we're doing on Great Place to Work, but they show us the areas that we need to double down on. We also want to look at the data for the individual directorates. They haven't long had that data. They're working through what that's going to mean on a directorate level, and we'll keep discussing this at People Committee. That's what I was going to say, but happy to answer questions.
Ina, please.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Andy. I wanted to just, I wondered if you could talk to Rachel, just for the benefit of others, the discussions that we've had around BAFO and how we really embed the fantastic work that's been done so far throughout the organisation. I know that previously, not just to do with the people area, but across the trust, there is always a risk that when we introduce new initiatives, they become incredibly dependent and focused around the individuals or the teams who are leading on them. And I know that there's some careful thought that's gone into how do we really embed that across the organisation. So I wondered if you could talk briefly to that, please.
Yes, absolutely. So the difficulty for us is working out and accessing those bits of the organisation who haven't really yet engaged with building a fairer Oxleas. We can see that a bit through the take up in relation to training events, but what we want to do is to try and create a dynamic where people really want to be part of this and understand how they can engage with building a fairer Oxleas. So our proposal is to develop a concept of BAFO accredited teams. We would set a 5-step challenge for each team. We would be supporting them with things like the discussions they'd be having locally, how to facilitate a workshop on these issues, how to keep people up to date. And they would sign up and they would become a BAFO accredited team and we would support them. And what that'll help us to do over time is to work out which bits of the organisation need more focus when it comes to getting them engaged in building a fairer Oxleas. At the moment, lots of people are really enthusiastic, lots of people aren't engaging at all, and we want to tackle it on a team by team basis give them the support, help them to get really engaged with this, give them the tools they need so that they can get engaged, but also helping us to see where the gaps might be and to tackle those directly.
Thank you. Yemisi, please.
Thanks, Andy. I just wanted to point out, and I thought it was important to say, about the completion rates and the fact that our completion rates have gone up by 9% compared to last year. And it's the highest completion rate that we've had in 4 years. So whilst the staff survey results might not necessarily be what we wanted to see or as encouraging as we would like, I think it's really important that we are engaging with more of our staff and that two-way communication is happening. And so therefore all the work that we have done over the past year or 18 months is beginning to have positive outcomes. So I thought that was worth noting. Thanks.
Thanks, Yemisi.
Anne, please.
So I wanted to comment on the completion rates as well, because I think it's staggering the number of staff who are prepared to sit down and answer a 99 question survey. I wouldn't do it. And interestingly, I was at a meeting of policing ethics people recently, and they were talking about surveying a staff survey of the police, and they were looking, it was a survey of ethical culture, and they decided to reduce it from 56 questions to 20 because they said we all know that if we ask police officers to fill out more than 20 questions, they won't do the survey. So, you know, I think it's a huge achievement actually to get our staff to do this. I think it might be worthwhile to say, do we really need 99 questions on here? I mean, I think you know, to have added more as well is extraordinary. That aside, because we don't have a lot of influence, I think, about the structure of the questionnaire, unless we can feed back that, you know, this is not good practice. It's not good scientific practice to have a 99 question questionnaire. But the other thing that I did want to actually focus on that is relevant to us is a very low response rate in prisons. And we've seen the sort of equivalent actually with trying to do the Improving Lives reviews, that the staff have been sent specific questionnaires to ask for their experience and have had you know, vanishingly low response rate. And I'm wondering whether there's something that we can do with prisons that may not necessarily be the staff survey, because that is the, you know, the behemoth that it is, but that would enable some kind of qualitative data collection with staff in prisons to really understand the quality and nature of their experience. Because actually I think that would give us more worthwhile information anyway about some of the issues that may be emerging in the prison context, rather than just, you know, the sort of staff survey, you know, the national staff survey. But you know, I understand that there are difficulties in prisons around and that we've been trying to distribute paper surveys, but you know, I can't imagine what it's like if you're to sit down and do your 99-page paper survey. But you know, I might have misunderstood, Rachel, what we've been doing in prisons, but I don't know if you'd like to comment on that.
You are absolutely right that it's done by paper in prisons, and that makes it harder, because I think it also slightly threatens the absolute sense of anonymity that comes from doing it online, because you're giving it to someone who takes it away, and if you've got concerns that you want to raise, I think it slightly changes the nature of the exercise. There is also an NHS Pulse survey, which is shorter. I worry, to be honest, I think we survey people, and I think it's too much. But I do think the idea of a really light touch way of monitoring engagement in our prisons would be a really good idea, because I think it's a group we struggle to tackle, and I think they have distinct issues. So I think that is well worth us exploring, particularly as we bring new prisons on board and to try and kind of work out how they're feeling and how that's going. So I'm very happy to take that away and have a chat with Lawrence and Michelle about how we might approach that. Thank you.
Nina, please.
Thank you. Just building on Suzanne's point, Rachel, we had the lowest response rate from prisons, and yet their responses were in some cases significantly below the trust average. So I think there's a for me, that reinforces that the role that you have and that HR has in feeding back these results to us is clearly really important. But those who are ultimately accountable for the results of their areas are the individual directors. And I just wondered whether there would be an opportunity. I completely appreciate that you said some of them or most of them have only seen these results at directorate level recently, but will there be an opportunity for us to drill down into some of those trends? Because I think I would quite value doing that.
Absolutely, Nina. I was hoping we would have a more detailed discussion at this coming People Committee, as well as inviting different directors to come and talk, I think, about what they are taking from their results. I know that a number of them are discussing them at their local workforce committees, and once they've had those discussions, I think it would be good for them to be reporting back to People Committee about what the plans are in that space. But I do think it very much reinforces, particularly in prisons, the need for us to think about how we engage with these groups. I think to date we've tended to stretch a model which wasn't designed for the prison context, and I think that that can't continue, and we need to think afresh, I think, about the structures that we need in place to make sure that we keep people, that they understand kind of what it means to be part of Oxleas and how we can best support them.
Thanks, Rachel. Stephen, please.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Rachel. Two questions. First one, can we incentivise completion of the survey?
We do. So there's a big push, and I will say that the 52% completion rate, which is really good compared with peers, is all down to lots and lots of hard work that goes on in directorates, encouraging people to take the time to do these things. We have people get put into hampered prize draws. We have a number of different things which kind of encourage people to do it. The most important thing, though, is for people to be, for the rostering and things to be organised in a way that means that people are able to take the time to do it. As Suzanne says, it's a very long form, so it's not just something you can necessarily do over a 5-minute coffee. So we try and work early with teams to get them to think about how they're going to organise it so that their local staff are able to take a break, go and fill the form without that impacting on the staffing in the ward, so that they are given dedicated time to do it. So there's a lot of push. We look at the numbers of completion in different areas, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on locally to encourage people to complete.
Right. So does that mean that some teams might not have any incentives?
They are all put into the different prize draws, Steve, that happen all the time. So every week I think we had 10 draws for vouchers and also for hampers. So that's right across the whole organisation.
Okay. Thank you. And then my second question, I know you and I have had a little discussion outside this meeting, but I was very interested on page 69 about the 18% of survey respondents who aren't patient facing, who have no direct contact with patients. And from subsequent work, we think outside of the survey that might be a little bit higher, 22%. So I think it's quite good for you to maybe over time getting a good feel for how accurate that figure is, and also reporting that to us, because I think in an ideal world, we wouldn't let that figure go any higher. The more people we can have contacting patients. Suzanne has made a good point, by the way. There may be an argument you may decide to recruit an administrative member of staff if that frees up clinicians to do less paperwork and see more patients. So there is that sort of what I suppose you could define as patient time as well, which would be useful to measure. But I do realise that would be probably very difficult to actually measure that. That might come down to individual business cases. But anyway, if you could just keep an eye on that figure and periodically report it back to us, at least that number on how many staff are patient facing and how many aren't, I think that'd be good for us to keep an eye on it. Thank you.
Happy to. And as I explained, I think the proxy that I'm using is the staff that describe themselves as admin and clerical, and some of those might well be in patient-facing roles in terms of kind of how they engage, if they're kind of filling out forms rather than kind of being clinicians in that space. So as you said, it's a little bit difficult to pin down, but I will certainly keep reporting that number back to you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. Back to you.
Yeah, and then the next one is around violence and abuse. And again, that's one of our BAF risks. And so I have already covered that. There's a lot of activity going on in the organisation. We have a 6-weekly group which reports into People Committee. We have a clear approach around our 4 Ps. We've got great QI learning going on. We've got our work around body-worn cameras. We're linking into health and safety risk assessments, working really closely with the police. And looking forward, we are developing a staff compact with patients about what they can expect from us and what we can expect from them in terms of civility. We're also having a big event that Jane and I are designing for, I think it's going to be the beginning of July, where we can really focus on this issue. But I think the thing that will make the biggest difference is that we've now got directorate leads who are responsible for really focusing on violence and aggression and abuse, how it's prevented and predicted in the local areas, how they respond, if there has been an incident, how staff are supported, and then how we follow that up with the police if necessary. So we don't want anyone to come to work in Oxleas feeling as though being at the other end of violence and abuse is a part of their role, whether that's violence, whether that's racist abuse, whether that's homophobic abuse, and it makes such a difference to staff experience. So we really want to act on this. There's a lot going on. We've got really activist directorate leads and a huge amount of work. And as I've said previously, Jane and her team play a really active part in this, as does Ian, as does Rachel T, Abby and others. So it's a real cross-executive effort. I was going to say.
Stephen, please.
Sorry, Andy, I should have lowered my hand.
All right, okay, sorry. Jane.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel, for that summary. In addition to the champions, I just wanted to let everybody know that we've now got volunteers from the duty senior nurses. So these are the Band 6 child nurses on the acute and crisis teams, and they've volunteered to join the violence and aggression and abuse subgroup so that they can really bring their day-to-day experiences and help us co-produce some of the initiatives that we're working on. I'm really grateful for them for joining us.
That's good news. Thank you. Nina, please.
Thanks, Andy. I just wanted to ask Rachel, it wasn't that long ago in, I think it was at board, that we had a discussion that felt quite uncomfortable around the first line of your report that talks about the perception that facing violence, aggression and abuse is a part of the day job. And there was a sense that came out from more colleagues than I expected, actually, that it was almost a badge of honour that you wore once you got out of certain levels of or once you reached certain levels of the organisation. So I wanted to ask if you have a sense of how far we've come on that journey internally in terms of our own culture and what we're role modelling to colleagues.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I might want to bring Aisling or Ian or others in who are kind of experienced with this on a day-to-day basis. I will reflect on the excellent session that I went to with Naidu and the Band 6 nurses in acute and crisis on Friday, and I mean it was a really energetic discussion on this particular topic, and my sense is that they know this shouldn't be part of the job. Now, that's not to say they don't recognise that they work with some really challenging people and it's not going to be straightforward. There was quite a lot of discussion from them about how staffing problems contribute, because it's much harder to de-escalate when there aren't enough staff on the ward. They also talked about how they feel sometimes that there's a differential response from the police. I don't know if this is fair, but a differential response from the police according to whether or not they call up about a patient or a member of staff, and their frustration that they felt as though staff weren't prioritised in quite the same way. Now, that's something we know that our colleagues on Operation Cavell will really be keen to work with us on if there is that perception, because they've been hugely supportive in this space. But in answer to your question, my sense is that people recognise that we should be doing everything to absolutely minimise the risk, perhaps not recognising perhaps that it can't be wholly eliminated, but it isn't something they should be expecting when they come to work. But Aisling.
Thank you, Rachel. The only thing I'd add is when I spoke to Naidu and others about progress in terms of reducing violence and aggression, we have actually made progress at Woodlands in terms of a deeper understanding and their understanding of their relationship with the police. We have made progress at Green Parks House in the last 6 months last year. And we do notice a slower movement at Oxleas House, which is the Tarn, Shrewsbury and Avery. But actually we've accelerated forward in terms of improving things at the Tarn, and that discussion is for another day and why. But what we notice in terms of Shrewsbury and Avery is lots of different staffing, lots of people ringing in late and cancelling shifts. So you've got a new workforce every time. So it's very difficult to be able to embed the leadership and the learning that we need to embed things such as relational security, safety crosses, and elements like that, which actually are becoming more commonplace in the other wards. The other thing I would say about Operation Cavell and our contact with the police. Now, our police local lead for Operation Cavell is a man called Patrick Wise. He cannot be more forthcoming in terms of asking people to call him. What we notice is that people will continue to complain or downplay the incident. So they will say, oh, no, I won't call the police. I don't want to. And that could be for two reasons. One is they feel an obligation to the patient not to disrupt the therapeutic relationship. And two is that they've had a poor experience in the past with police. So our approach to saying, no, you need to log it with the police. You need to move forward with prosecution and we'll help you. We're making slower progress than that. And where I've had individual conversations with consultant leads and others, it's those two things that are coming out to me. So that's where we'd like to work more to say, no, this is a zero tolerance approach. You should not have to endure that during your working day. A minor point that we're noticing in terms of C-Think Act and relational security is we're not where we need to be yet in terms of medication optimization. And I've set up a meeting with our pharmacy leads for a couple of weeks' time to truly understand our model around pharmacy and daily checking of notes and improving confidence with people to use PRN earlier. So there's quite a few things, but the top two for me are the individual person feeling like it will damage the relationship with the patient if they do anything, and two, a poor experience in the past with support from us or support from the police.
Thank you, Ashley. It was really helpful. Anything else from yourself, Rachel? Well done. Thanks ever so much for the work you're doing on this. Mortality surveillance, please, Jane.
Thank you. In Q3, we reviewed 282 deaths and we received feedback from 2 leader reviews. And we were really pleased to hear about some positive good practice around do not attempt resuscitation, CPR documentation and best interests, good care coordination, multidisciplinary working across the system. We were disheartened to hear that learning disabilities was still referenced on 1 death certificate, so we know that there is some system work that still needs to happen here. Our learning disability teams are fantastic. There is a new leader in post within the directorate, and she's working really closely across the system to try and take this learning forward. And the other area that we focused on was the learning and the rich reflections from an inquest of a patient who'd been in the forensic services on one of the female wards. It was actually a second inquest. The first inquest was overturned following a judicial review. So the actual burden on the clinicians involved and the sort of moral distress that they were experiencing over such a prolonged period of time was really evident in this case. And we do recognise that there is a richness in terms of how we support people from the point of death through an inquest process that can take several years. We're talking 4 or 5 years here. We also recognise that it's very rare for somebody to die in a forensic service, and many of these service users have been there for many years with the teams, working with them very, very closely. So it's very difficult for the teams to grieve when these patients pass away in the context of a looming inquest and feeling under scrutiny and under a watchful eye. So we want to think about how we can help them go through that grieving process and potentially think about longer term legacies to some of these service users in terms of memorials. There was some other key learning. One was around accessing the court of protection earlier when there's conflicting views between patients, families and multiple clinical teams and agencies, which is what happened in this case. And then another really key point was formalising links between the forensic services and some of the physical health services that we have in our adult community health teams, and whether we can build on that capacity. There's been particular increase in access to dietetics as a result of this, and all of the adult community services have shared their contact details and reached out to forensics to offer their help now, which is very encouraging.
Well done, Jane. Thank you so much. There's so much in there. Any questions for Jane? If not, thank you very much indeed for that.
Thank you.
Sally, annual report, please.
Thank you. Well, over the last few weeks, there's been considerable work being undertaken to pull together the financial accounts, the quality and annual report, and this will continue over the weeks to come. And this paper is brought to the board to formally request delegation of the approval of those documents to our risk and risk assurance committee, audit committee, and to the PQAC committee.
We agree, colleagues? Yes, we all agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I propose, should we have a break? Now, what would people like? I mean, we could do, disagree if you want, maybe we could do 15 minutes. Is that enough to grab a sandwich or whatever? No response is agreement. So is that okay, everybody? That'll be 13:35. Just quick reflection. I think fantastic amount of work we've gone through. When we come to the committee reports, don't be frightened to raise any issue. But if there's nothing to be said and we've already covered it, then please feel confident just to say nothing to say. You've read the paper and then we move on. But that doesn't mean you can't. It's just that there's no need to comment if we've already done it. So what did I say? 13:35. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. Thanks very much. Everyone, we'll start again, and we'll go on to item 10, which is performance and quality. Yemisi, please.
Thanks, Andy. Obviously, we've talked in great detail during the BAF section of the agenda and in Ian's operational updates. So obviously you've got the papers that give us a detailed explanation, so I don't tend to go into that. I think the area that I just wanted to pick up on was you do have the exception reporting, and that's a detailed paper that we decided to bring to the board just to give the board greater assurance as to the analysis, the deep dive and the actions that are being taken to those exceptions, because we are aware that there's an ever-growing list and they are on there for a longer period of time. So we hope that that gives the board assurance that from a directorate local level and actions being taken at a system level that we are looking to tackle those. And as Ashlyn has provided us for a verbal update today about what's going on in her directorate in terms of tackling those long-standing challenging issues, and that PQAC does have close oversight on those challenges in terms of the timelines for actions and ensuring that directorates have the appropriate resources to deal with them. So that's all I was going to say. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Yemisi.
Ian, did you want to come in?
Yeah, just on one specific point, if I may. I mean, one of the particular things that we've been looking at, which I think you alluded to, Yemisi, and which Aisling has also mentioned, is around the kind of profile of weights, both in health-based place of safety and in EDs and our mental health assessment suites. So Aisling and the team have put together a very comprehensive sort of escalation process with timings for the health-based place of safety. And we are putting in something similar for ED weights as well. And just to say that every day now, and I think I talked about this at the last NEDS briefing, myself and Iffy are provided with a report at 9:30 each day, weekday, which says who's waiting, where they're waiting and how long they're waiting for. So that helps as well as a sort of fallback position in terms of escalation. And it's at the moment, the ICS are still having daily operational meetings about ED pressures. So ourselves and SLAM are played into those conversations.
And that's really reassuring. Thank you. Any further questions, colleagues, on PQAC? If not, thanks very much indeed. QI, please, Suzanne.
Thank you, Chair. So this can be fairly quick, I think. As the paper explains, the QIIC is having a little bit of a reset. I've just taken over as chair, and of course Abby is our new medical director. And with Vicky, we've been discussing the best way forward for the committee, and I think that the discussions are well summarised in the front paper for board. The thing that I would want to mention is that we currently don't hold any risks. I think that it's one of the things that we do need to discuss as a committee, because I think that the quality improvement activity is absolutely central to the trust going forward. I'm not saying that I'm planning for us to escalate a risk to the BAF, but there will be discussions in future about what the risks to our quality improvement activity are. So that was all I wanted to say. Very, very much welcome questions if anybody would like to ask anything further about the likely future direction for the committee.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Suzanne. In the absence of any questions, thanks very much. And we'll move on to Business Committee, please, Jo.
Yeah, thank you. So just a few things I want to highlight, and then I'm sure Azra will want to give us an update on where we are in terms of the 2022-23 operational and financial plan. So I think the first point on page 115 is the trust, provisional results, not audited yet, but made a very small surplus, £0.4 million surplus before profit on the sale of asset. So there's just a tiny smidge over the break-even plan for the year. And I just wanted to sort of pause there because there are so many moving parts going on in terms of the finances of the organisation. And, you know, the danger is we pass on this, we go through audit committee and then we move on and all the stresses and strains of the coming year. But I think the team have done very, very well over the last year to sort of steer the finances over into that position, because if the finances aren't well controlled, it's a nightmare for everyone, to be perfectly honest. So the fact the finance team has done that, I think, just really helps everyone. So well done them. Just wanted to talk very briefly on bids. You can see that we supported the progression of the Greenwich Integrated Therapies tender. That's a CYP bid. That is, we are the only bidder at the moment, and I think it's a testament to the improved relationships with Greenwich local authority that we're moving ahead there in quite a sort of negotiated kind of bid position there with no other contenders. I think that's really positive. On the other side of the coin, you can see that the business committee supported a number of colleagues in actually saying another bid just didn't look feasible from a financial point of view. That we really did see a large recurring gap there. This is the Bromley Sexual Health Service. Clearly that's a service that we have experience in terms of we provide that service in Greenwich, but we couldn't make the numbers add up. But we did agree that the service would write to Bromley, rather than just say we're not bidding, to explain that we would be interested, but because of that issue, because there is a potential view that the financial envelope may not be suitable for anyone who could deliver that service. And then the other thing I was going to highlight is we've had for some time now a sort of cash reserves policy that sets a sort of working capital amount of cash that we should always have in our coffers of about 24 million, and that's based on sort of day-to-day needs. Since that 24 million was set, the size of the trust has increased, and in fact has increased again, assuming everything goes forward with the Southwest Prisons bid. So you can see that the team under ASRA has done some work to actually up that amount. So we think that working capital buffer needs to be about 35 million, although again, as I said, it's likely to increase further. Our cash balance is significantly above that at the moment, but I think it's important when we're looking at how we might spend that cash balance to make sure that we've got sufficient day-to-day cash reserves in there. So that's all I was going to mention in the other bits, and then hand over to Azra to pick up the 22-23 numbers, although Azra, you might want to highlight something that I haven't.
So firstly, no, I don't think there is anything, Joe. I think that was a good summary of the overarching paper. Thank you very much for the comments that you made about the finance team. That's much appreciated, and I will forward that on to the wider team. So I think I'm going to concentrate on page 132 of the pack, which really talks through the 22-23 operating plan. We had an opportunity of pulling together a business committee update on this earlier on in the week, and we had all of the NEDs and I'm going to say a small subset of the execs that were able to make that meeting because it was pushed in, and that was effectively giving the outcome of whereabouts we had got to planning for what we thought was the final submission but may not be on the 28th of April. So it's important to note that the figures that we've got within this pack are before the Southwest England prisons bid update. So you can see that highlighted in the narrative beside the table at the top of page 132 of the pack. That is worth £33 million. It's due to start in October, and that would therefore increase the income that you're seeing within these figures by approximately 16.5 million for this financial year, and then the remaining 16.5 million coming through the following year. We'd expect to keep that with a fairly break-even position for the trust, because we would assume income and expenditure offset each other, maintaining everything that we had gone through on that Southwest bid in terms of their contribution to financial sustainability. You'll note that within the key pack, and it doesn't really change until you get towards the end, that we're still referring to a system and COVID top-up of £6.3 million. That is prior to the final adjustment that we made that was discussed at length at the last formal business committee. And then you're just seeing the overarching figures come through. So I'm going to skip through page 132 and page 133 because there was not a great deal of change in any of those. Just briefly rest on page 134, which shows the changes that occurred to the plan from the last time it was seen by the board way back in March. There was then an update that went to the council governors, and that really was an update in regards to the Kent Lot 1 and Lot 2, which you'll see highlighted in the, I'm not going to attempt the colour, the shaded area, because it will look different in everybody's device, the shaded areas. And then finally, the decommissioning. I mean, all of that was effectively the Kent Prisons movement. There wasn't really anything else that we had done as a change through that period. The interesting ones then are when you get to page 135 and page 136, because this begins to show what the overarching figures are looking like for South East London ICS, and then the next one shows that contextually against the London position. So on page 135, what you've got here is a transition that takes you from the submission that went in on the 17th of March, so that's the top blue line at £102 million deficit, of which at the time we were at break even and the CCG was at break even. Nationally, what they said was there was a number of approved reasons for being in deficit that they said that they would consider acceptable, although they will still be challenging the quantum that's within those acceptable ranges. One was excess inflation, and that was in recognition of the fact when the planning guidance came out and the uplifts were given, it was prior to the very large increases in energy that we've been subject to since then, and also the overarching inflation rates and cost of living increases that are seeing inflation currently sitting at 7 to 10%, whereas the uplift that we were given for inflation was 1.7%. What they did say is you couldn't just estimate those costs. They would only be willing to consider costs once they had crystallised, i.e. you actually had a contract that said, here was the cost last year, this is the cost this year, and then you could put that exact figure in. So there was some adjustments, I would say, across what were previous estimates to what were actually crystallised savings within those. The second area that they had said that there was an acceptable adjustment to be made was around when most of the plans were submitted. The basis of those plans were we did not have a high level of COVID circulating within the system, due to the fact that what that does effectively to the capacity, certainly within acutes, to be able to manage their overarching performance. So there was an adjustment that was allowed for the elective recovery fund, i.e. the level of elective work that would be undertaken, or anything else that was impacting on flow or capacity within an organisation due to IPC constraints that had to be put in place with a high occupancy of COVID patients. The third area was effectively linking in to the ERF adjustment associated probably with that COVID area. So those were the three adjustments, and they came through in dribs and drabs between the 17th of March submission and the end of April when we were putting in the final plans. So what you're seeing in the other blue bars on that table is the step through of those adjustments across the area. We, if you remember, when we first submitted, had put in an estimate of what we thought the excess inflation and energy cost would be. Because we've not seen that coming through as actual changes in contract, we then took that out. That would have resulted in a surplus for the trust, and we took the decision at the last business committee, because we'd mooted that this was going to be the direction of travel, that we would not post surplus, and instead we would return money in terms of system top up back to the system. That then takes you to the underlying position after those excess amounts of the green shaded figure on this table, which said that we as a sector effectively landed at £79.2 million deficit. And you can see with those movements that you then have three organisations with a break-even position, being ourselves, the CCG and SLAM. So the deficit is concentrated within the acute areas, but you can also see they all had quite a large proportion of the accepted deficit drivers within those positions. The final page, on page 136, then gives where we are in terms of the ICS position with the rest of the ICSs in London. And it starts at the top with what the position was on the 17th of March, moves through to the position at the 28th of April, and then the movement that had occurred between each one of those organisations with the kind of three buckets that I talked of acceptable movements. Suffice it to be said that nationally they've said the answer we told you all to get to was break even. And therefore there is a real pushback nationally, which we will see delivered through the region, on the fact that we have not been able to land a break-even position across all of these areas. I would, however, say, as I said at the beginning when we were talking through the BAF risks, these are the plans on paper. The key issue is, because there's some quite challenging, I would say, assumptions across the piece here, is what people start to deliver in year, because that's the real money out the door issue. And it's a bit too early. We know our position. I haven't as yet heard what everybody else's position is for month one. That was in a bit of detail, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody on the board had actually seen and understood the underlying position that we had gone through in regards to these. And I can see your hands up, Joe. Do you want to come in at that point?
Yeah, I just think it's worth adding, and I think you've kind of alluded to it then, Azra, and mentioned it earlier, that based on the plan, our plan as it sits at the moment, whilst we don't have recurring savings that we can identify, we have a reasonable confidence, albeit that some of our savings will come from the fact that we can't recruit, which isn't a good thing, or into all our vacancies, but we have reasonable assurance that we can get to our break-even position by the end of the year, which I think is really important for the board to see. And I think what you're hearing from Azra is we certainly don't have that level of assurance on some of the other numbers in South East London, which then, if you go back to our business committee BAF risk, raises that risk of, so if we're sort of on track but everyone else isn't, and understanding, and this is even before another go at the plan that sounds like it's coming down track, that, you know, if other trusts aren't on track, what pressure do we get as a trust to do better, to do more, to try and compensate for that? So, you know, I'm sure we will see that risk reworded but rear its head very much in the coming year. But I think from a board point of view, as we sit here, if this was the final plan, we would be pretty confident to sign that off as achievable, which I think is important to hear from a board point of view. And I'm saying that, and Azra, you're nodding, so obviously it's
that was the outcome of the that was the outcome of the meeting. We had a quite a long meeting. It was about an hour going through this pack in detail with the business committee, non-executive directors. And the end answer to that is they would recommend this to the board, and I would recommend it certainly in terms of the Oxleas position to the board as well.
There's nothing else on that. Thank you so much. I thought it was a very good explanation of where we're at. And I want to echo the thanks to you and your team, Azra, for the huge amount of work that's gone into this. So really well done. You and I and Abby were at the ICS meeting, weren't we? When I could remember Richard correctly saying that if one lot overspends, everybody else has got to make up the difference, which I thought was quite an interesting sort of group punishment approach in all of this, and how we're going to bail out the rest of them with our money, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, is there anything else from yourself, Azra, on that? If not, we'll move on.
So only one final piece, and this will be coming to the business committee. It's already been through the executive, just in line with that ICS ask. We've got the first cut of the PA consulting work that shows opportunities, and I am going to say it's opportunities in the widest sense. All of this needs to be dug down into, but the opportunities that they had seen from the benchmarking and various other pieces of analysis for South East London. And I would say that we are by far the lowest organisation with opportunities available, but we'll take that through the business committee and then we can bring it to a future board. At the moment, they didn't have a pack that was covering all of the savings. So it was kind of much more concentrated on mental health and ourselves. And I have asked them to make a wider pack available so that we are able to see the full level of opportunities across the piece with our colleagues. Because given what you've just said, Andy, we will have to hold our colleagues to account for exactly how they are delivering against those efficiencies, such that we don't end up inheriting anything from their lack of delivery.
As my point to Richard when I had a chat with him afterwards was very much around that if we are to be held accountable for others' spend, we need to be held we must have a say in how they're spending, which is an interesting approach. Can you remind me about the soft ratings for us and for the ICS?
I can. So we're soft rating 1, which is the best soft rating that you can have. The ICS as a whole is at soft rating 3. And I have to say, they did well to keep themselves out of soft rating 4, and this position may possibly tip them into soft 4, but then there'll be so many people in soft 4, which is the lowest rating, that it's not the lowest rating, it's the rating with the most help available, is the way they're now phrasing it, rather than you're in deep performance management at that point. And the organisations in between is we have one soft 4 organisation, that's King's. We have one soft 3 organisation, which was Lewisham and Greenwich, and then the other 2 are soft 2.
Yes, and so we're promised lots of help, no doubt, if you sink into that position. Now, again, thank you so much. Anything else for Azra or Joe? If not, I'm very grateful for that. Joe, back to you for partnership, please.
Yeah, just a couple of bits on partnership. So one is on the SLP, there is still ongoing work in terms of how we work with SLAM in particular to sort of define the mental health provider collaborative that is required by the ICS. It's clearly not stopping us getting numbers in place, but it is evolving and not helped by the pressures on all the trusts at the moment, which we've talked about earlier in the meeting. But that is a stream of work that I think will evolve going forward, and clearly we need to keep the board updated on that. The other piece is just to pick up the strategic plan for the partnership committee. Some of us will recall there was a KPMG internal audit report about partnership working, which was generally positive, but one of its key finding really was that the partnership committee was a bit reactive, which I think was spot on the money. So we now have a strategic plan, and a key part of that, again, putting our strategy hat on, is that we are going to ask the strategy leads of the different building blocks and priorities to sort of rotate through the partnership committee to talk about how they see partnerships working within their building block or priority, so we can kind of get more on the front foot in terms of the sort of arrangements we want to put in place. So I think that is very positive, and look forward to seeing that coming through the committee over time. Stephen?
Yes, Joe, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Just to emphasise, I think one point, which is under integrated care system and taken from the NHS providers report about, and it was a very good point they were making about digital technology, not just for existing services, but able to reshape future service directory. And particularly when you think about, our younger patients now have been brought up totally in a digital world, and the next 3, 4, 5 years, we're going to see acceleration in technology changes, the like of which the world has never ever seen before. So I think that's just one little sentence, but I think we all need to make note of it and really be thinking of getting ahead of the curve about how we can use digital technology to make to change our services, but also make a better service and a more effective, productive service for our patients. Thank you.
Quite right too. So, right, if there's nothing else there, thanks ever so much. We'll move on to infrastructure, please, Jim.
Thanks, Andy, and thanks, Stephen. I can segue really nicely into that because we had a discussion about that just yesterday at a post meet on infrastructure. So that sort of thinking will be coming into play within our strategies within the States, but definitely informatics. So that's second on board, and I hope we can come back with something in the coming months that's going to address that point that you just made. I'm not going to go through everything. I'll just go through the points that haven't been addressed previously at the BAF. We did put an agenda item in the last infrastructure committee to review lessons learned from the QMH theatres. So that's come through, reports been written. Those lessons are in the paperwork, and I'm pleased to say they're being now implemented with some of the new work that's going on with facilities and external partners. So that was some good learning that's gone through. Again, some good news with the excellent result of spending 99% of our expenditure against capital plan, and that comes back to the team working really hard. But also, I think we made Joe's point. We had a plan A, plan B, and plan C, so we're quite flexible in making sure that capital expenditure was 99% spent. We had a good result from the KPMG DPST audit with a significant assurance with minor improvement. All of those improvements are in hand. And lastly, we approved the Oxcare business case. There's a QMH substation single tenant waiver that I think we're discussing later, and the SAR JV. There were sort of no other business of note.
And thanks ever so much, Jim. Any comments there at all? Just one thing, Rachel T, if she's still with us. Going back to the operating theatres, I just noticed in an ICS planning submission, there was some comment about not being used to the fullest extent. Is that down to the acutes?
Yeah, my understanding is that they are struggling to put a complete list together, and I think so. I think that's part of the issue, and there are some constraints around what can be delivered at Queen Mary's because of the backup facilities available. But also, I think they have some staffing issues. But that is anecdotal and based on what people are telling me from what they're seeing on the site, rather than any reports that we're getting directly.
Because the submission talked about having some steering group to try and maximise use of them. I just want to make sure that so we're in the clear. We've done our bit, have we? Yeah, no, it's not to do with anything that we're providing. They do have a board, a theatres board, so I guess they're working together with DGT to maximise the use of that space. Yeah, fine, thank you. And real thanks to your staff for hosting quite a few visits of late, and it's great to show visitors around. It's such a place to be proud of, I think. So well done to you and yours. Anything from anybody else on that topic? If not, we'll move on to people, please.
Thanks, Andy. I will keep it brief and just touch on the three main areas that we looked at in the last People Committee meeting. We welcomed Sophie to the committee, which it's great to have her as part of the group. We focused first on how we're ensuring that we embrace some of the positive learnings that came out of the pandemic, whilst meeting clinical and operational need and offering an attractive proposition to staff for their well-being, but against the backdrop of a very competitive recruitment and retention market. So within that bracket, the committee received assurance over the arrangements that are in place for agile working following the launch of agile working in summer 2021. We had a particular lens on how the trust is embedding the principle of equality. We then discussed and received assurance over the contribution of the apprenticeship scheme to our strategic workforce planning, and very much welcome the fact that we have 131 apprentices, which is very high compared to our peers. So a really positive result there. And the second big theme that we focused on was the staff survey, which I think we have covered in quite a lot of detail already. I do just want to formally call out, and we touched on them earlier, but the response rates were this year the highest that they have been so far, and 10% higher than last year. And staff engagement levels were higher than our comparator group, and we very much welcome the fact that we have the second highest rating in mental health trusts in London. So I wanted to just carve out a few seconds to acknowledge not only the work that Rachel and her team have done, but across the entire exec. Those are really, really strong results, and I don't think we should take them for granted after the previous year that we've had. As I say, I won't touch on the detail of the staff survey, but we have already been through the third area that we looked at was around receiving assurance on developments that go to various aspects of our people strategy. So we received assurance on the health and wellbeing initiatives that are underway, including the launch of health and wellbeing champions, of which we now have 28. We received assurance on the Trust's leadership development offers, and following the launch of the Early Leaders programme in January, we noted the focus on middle managers has now launched. We discussed the work that is underway on succession planning to expand the process that previously focused on exec level roles and is now going to focus on those senior management and non-managerial roles that are deemed critical. And lastly, we went over progress in various other key work streams, not least of which is BAFO, but equally the status of 2P transfers for Kent prisons, the launch of the Women's Network, and we welcomed Agata to the meeting for a fantastic presentation. Those were the highlights. Happy to take any questions.
Nina, huge amount of work going on there, so really well done. Any questions at all, colleagues? If not, thanks very much indeed. And Stephen, an audit, please.
Thanks, Andy. Just a couple of points to note. Two key KPMG reports, one on cost improvement programs, and I take one good quote. Particularly, it came up with significant assurance, but KPMG was saying good oversight at all levels, which I thought was a great compliment on the organisation and everyone who's involved in that, particularly from the finance team. On cyber security, we got a partial assurance. But in fact, as Jim touched on earlier in this meeting, certainly the items, it was mainly around documentation, they were fixable, and they're mostly fixable in a fairly short time frame. The other, we also picked up about awareness or lack of awareness on phishing, on a previous phishing with a PH, on a previous test that Alison and her team had done. Alison, I know you're on the meeting. I wonder if you'd just like to very quickly say the sort of interim work that's been done since the KPMG report in respect of cybersecurity and also the phishing exercise.
Yeah, sure, can do. So in terms of what the team been doing, there are a number of actions as a result of the KPMG audit. We've developed a draft cyber strategy that went to the Infrastructure Committee last month, and we'll be going again next month for final review. We've been working on some of the run books and the more detailed plans mentioned by the KPMG report, and we'll be looking to utilise those in a disaster recovery exercise that we'll be doing at the end of May. In addition, we've been working with comms and starting our kind of more structured comms campaign about cyber. And as a result, we did a phishing test with staff at the end of last year, and we've done some follow-up on that since then, and we plan to do that on a regular basis. So I think there's probably more to be discussed with the Infrastructure Committee around the people part of the cyber plan, in particular how we train particular cohorts of staff. But there's a lot of work underway and a lot of work still to do.
Thank you, Alison. That's great. And then two other things on the external audit. Quite pleased that we've got to a stage where we've got consistency on land valuations. That had been something that the external auditors were keen for us to get to, because they thought it wasn't really good practice to have different treatments over different years, although it suited our purpose occasionally to do so. But now we have got consistency on that, so everyone's happy. And then finally on IFRS 16, which I'm sure you will all be keeping a copy of that by your bedside. This has been bouncing around for several years, awaiting its introduction. It basically affects leases over 12 months or more. The good thing from a global perspective, it gives greater transparency in accounts, and it's easier to compare organisations between those that lease assets and those that borrow to fund their asset base. But the downside for us is that it will cost us for the current year about £248,000 in terms of the additional costs that will be involved. And that is it. Happy to take any questions. Azra.
I just wanted to come in on the last point on IFRS 16. We had indicated at an earlier version for the plan that it could have gone up to 500,000. So it coming in at 248 was a really helpful technical element to the plan delivery.
Good point. Yes, there's always something sunny to come out of the storm. Yeah, thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Well, thanks very much, Stephen. We'll move on to health and safety, please.
Thank you. I feel like a failure, Steve. I don't have IFRS 16 right on my bedside table, I'm afraid. Okay. On health and safety oversight, I will just remind the board that this is a committee that we set up, a subcommittee that we set up that has a limited life designed to achieve the objectives for which we set it up several months ago. We had a good meeting and we're making good progress in working through the issues. The headlines of the things that we discussed were you will probably remember that we've been around the houses somewhat in trying to understand the different systems that we have internally for managing lone working. And the committee had asked for and received at its March meeting a comprehensive report that described our framework for managing lone working, described the different systems that we have in place that are approved, and the systems that are in place for monitoring compliance, regardless of which lone working system is actually in place. The annual audit scores reflect good progress in how we monitor both centrally and at directorate level people safe, but we talked about and the committee asked for further work to be done on a system for ongoing local monitoring of compliance with other lone working systems. So we will have at our next meeting, which is in a couple of weeks, a presentation on a system that is being developed by CYP, potentially being rolled out across other directorates. We discussed something that was tremendously helpful, actually, a risk matrix that was pulled together to try and draw out the themes of the health and safety audits over the last year. And we focused in particular on, as helpful as the report was, we focused in particular on something that was quite disturbing, which was the low scores in relation to kitchen sharps. And this related to how we update our risk assessments for kitchen sharps rather than poor operational practice, but it's the exact same point that we fell down on when we had the incident at the Bracton. And so the committee and it was acknowledged by all around the table that the committee asked that this be followed up urgently, and we will have an update provided to our meeting in a couple of weeks. We also heard about plans to undertake an assessment of our health and safety culture across the organisation, and you'll remember that that was one of the main drivers for setting up this Health and Safety Oversight Committee. And we received a fantastically thoughtful and considered presentation from Aisling, and this is part of a series of deep dives that we're doing at each meeting, and it's really helping to bring to life and to share good practice as well as learnings across the wider organisation in the area of health and safety. We then discussed improvements and continued improvements in iAuditor scores, in PeopleSafe scores, and we heard about the various training courses, and there are a number of them at different levels. And colleagues will remember that training is one of the key strands of focus for this year's health and safety strategy. Nothing more to say, but very happy to take questions.
Nina, I mean, you started by saying it was going to be sort of time limited. What's your thoughts on that at the moment?
I am hoping that we can look to wind down within the next 12 months, but I want to make sure that we have evidence of sustained progress and development in the areas that we want to set up for, because I don't think it would help anyone to wind us down sooner than is really warranted. But I'm hoping in the next 12 months.
Yeah, good. No, thanks very much for all the work you've done on this. It's really vital. And when you talk to us about the sharps in the kitchens, it does send a bit of a shudder back through you, doesn't it, from lessons learned from the past. So thank you very much for that. Anything else from anybody else? If not, board visit reports, please. Usual rules apply. We've got the papers. Only need to highlight anything you think you want to draw to our attention. And as I look down, the first one, Nina, Criminal Justice Liaison, is yours, I think.
And unfortunately, I'm not in a position to talk through this, Andy. We had a bit of a communication breakdown and I ended up joining by Teams, but then the meeting wasn't set up for Teams. So Tom very kindly drew up the report, but I believe he's on leave today. Is that right, Abby? So I wonder if we could please carry it forward to the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, to be frank, everyone can read it. There's clearly a number of issues there. And one of the things that this struck me was the sort of challenges in referring patients for inpatient admission. I don't want to dwell too long, but Aisling, did you see this one? The recommendation that was on that particular one. Aisling's still with us. I'm sure she is she? Anyway, okay. We'll take that one forward then for next time. And the next one, CYP inclusion, Rachel Clare, please. Anything to add to what you've already got down there?
So this was to the specialist schools and to the children continuing care, and I just came away really struck by how thoughtful this group of people are about providing supports to families who are really struggling with a whole range of things. It was really quite striking. I just wanted to highlight it because I came away really quite moved with what I'd heard about how the extra mile that they go in terms of the support that they provide.
They're a great lot, aren't they? And they really are. And I totally agree with you. There's something about that team, as with many other teams, but when I've been along to some of their visits, I think that they're really terrific. Well, thank you very much for that. Bromley Primary Care Plus, Stephen, please.
Yeah, this was a bit of an odd one, actually, as you'll see from the quotes that we had, because the first, I know Jane's on the call as well, so she'll echo some of this. Certainly in the first sort of half of the meeting, there was a lot of complaints about too much focus on statistics, not enough about how staff were getting on, low staff morale, not enough training and development. And there clearly was a need for some reflective practice as well, which Jane certainly mentioned during the course of the conversation. But then the whole tone changed when we asked the team members, but particularly ones who'd worked for other organisations, how they thought Oxleas compared. And as you can see from the comments that they gave us, completely different attitude. You know, Oxleas is a great place to work. You know, no organisation is better. I've worked at other organisations. Trust me, you don't know how lucky you are. And so it went from being a very troublesome meeting, I would say, or potentially troublesome with lots of issues, to in fact turning around to saying, well, times may be tough, but in fact we'd rather be with Oxleas than anywhere else. And certainly we've made note of all the points that were raised, and they're being picked up through Lorraine and Helen. Jane, I don't know if you'd like to say anything. If you know, it'd be interesting to get your perspective as well.
No, I think you picked it up really well. What was also interesting was a number of the participants were actually locums, and we did explore with them why they remained as locums and what would incentivise them to join substantively. I think most of it came down to sort of hygiene factors like money, but at least it opened the conversations with them, which was quite helpful.
Good. No, thanks very much. You again, Stephen, I think, for Greenwich Memory Service.
Yeah, totally positive meeting. You know, they were very enthusiastic. Obviously, as ever, there were questions about recruitment and also access to IT and Rio. So, you know, all those points are being taken on board and are being pursued. But as I say, you know, working very, very well, and you know, very positive about their own team and Oxleas.
That's really good. That's great to hear. Thanks very much, Stephen. Bexley Cams, Sophie, please.
Yeah, this is a really nice visit. People are very engaged. I'm not going to repeat everything that's in there, but I think the highlights were people were kind of feeling their way back into face-to-face working. So there were comments about how they use the space in the building, about the difficulties with social distancing, that kind of thing. There were some interesting conversations when we talked about building a fair at Oxleas. That actually highlighted one staff member's negative experience, which I don't believe she'd raised before. And it was an interesting discussion, which sort of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, about how there needs to be zero tolerance of any kind of aggression or violence or a negative behaviour towards staff. So that was interesting. And again, people were a little bit reticent at first, but then we had a comment that Oxleas is the best place I've ever worked, which was really interesting, something I haven't come across on visits for other organisations. So that was really interesting as well. Yeah, and overall just an engaged team, really seemed to reflect what we want from the organisation, and also doing some interesting work on co-production with the young people, which was a very interesting area. And we talked about how that could tie in again to how we move forward digitally and how we can make sure their voice is heard as we create more digital innovations within the organisation. So Rachel, pick me up if I've missed anything from that.
No, that was great. Thanks, Sophie.
Oh, well done. Thanks very much. I think that's it on there. So then it's Council of Governors update. You have the paper. Any comments? Suzanne, sorry.
Sorry, it was just a very quick thing I wanted to mention, Andy. Some colleagues will know that I've started doing Improving Lives reviews with the prisons instead of doing board visits. And the question was raised with me whether other non-executive directors might be interested in joining the occasional Improving Lives review visit, not necessarily to prisons, but to any of our services. And I think the only thing that I would say is that I think if people are tempted, it does give you a slightly different picture because the focus is more on the quality of service that patients are getting. And, you know, what I'd suggest is if anybody is interested in this, they might like to engage with Vicky and her team to see whether it's something that they'd like to participate in. I found it very valuable.
That's really interesting, Suzanne. I mean, without risking more paper, I'm just wondering about how we capture your feedback on those visits. On mute again, Suzanne.
Sorry, I'd happily do a very brief summary, but it would be sort of quite brief because there is a sort of formal outcome of it. Shall I talk to Vicky about it, Andy? Because you know, they are fed back to teams, and there may be some questions around sensitivities around that.
Yeah, no,
I take it with Vicky. Yeah.
Totally get that. That's it. I mean, we all do different visits, and we don't want to record everything everywhere, but no, that'll be helpful. Abby, please.
I just wanted to say that there is a mechanism for feeding back for the Improving Lives, which will then go through PQAC. So if there's anything or any themes emerging, they will come out through the PQAC, just to mention that.
Oh, that's helpful. Yes, that will avoid us doing any extra work on that. That'd be great. Thank you. Embassy, please.
Yeah, Andy, I was just going to say the same thing as Abby, actually, that all Improving Lives come through PQAC. But to my NED colleagues, even if it was just the one occasion that you attend an Improving Lives review, as Suzanne said, it just gives you a different perspective as to the way to view our teams from a quality viewpoint. So I wouldn't necessarily say that we need to do one periodically, but just the odd one. I think it would just give NEDs just that breadth of understanding of how we assess our quality and we support our teams from that perspective.
How would colleagues know about this? Have we got dates we can circulate or something like that?
I think it would just be a case of contacting Vicky and her team, and then they would inform them of when a particular Improving Life was going on and include them within that process. It really would be as simple as that.
Okay, brilliant. Well done. Thanks ever so much. Council of Governors update. You've got that. Board meeting review. Sally, please.
Thank you. Well, first to say thank you to everybody for sharing your feedback. That was very helpful. And this report is really bringing the outcomes of that feedback and then making a proposal for how we go forward now the social distancing restrictions from the COVID pandemic are lessening. So we went out to obviously all committee members of the executive board, but also our Council of Governors as well. And the very high majority didn't want to go back to how we used to do meetings before the pandemic and felt that there were distinct advantages to holding meetings virtually, particularly around being more efficient, having less of an impact on the environment, and just general convenience and still being productive. There was a sort of question, I suppose, about accessibility. Obviously, it requires use of IT kit to meet and observe the meetings virtually. However, we looked at the figures of how many people actually watch the board meetings live or recorded, and certainly the numbers, particularly recorded, are getting into the tens, if not towards hundreds, which is obviously much higher than we used to have with people coming to observe the meetings in person, and digital accessibility, versus sort of physical accessibility of getting to meetings. But we could always offer more opportunities for people to use our IT kit to come and observe meetings, maybe coming into one of our public areas and using a computer to take part in the meetings if that was an issue for individuals. So therefore brought a proposal for going forward with meetings based on the feedback, which would be to continue with our formal board meetings virtually, but then to meet in person for our more strategic away day type meetings, so that we can then have the benefits of that in-person sessions. We will be taking other proposals to the Council of Governors for their views, and also thinking things like the annual members meeting, we would go back to being in person as long as there's no other sort of COVID restrictions. So I'm bringing this to the board to put this proposal and see what your views are. Thank you.
Sally. Yeah, I was quite interested with this. So I must admit, a few months ago, I was thinking, oh, great, we'll all get back together. And I really hope we do for our informal. but I've been quite struck by the advantages, to be frank, of some of this remote meeting, not only around time, but also around cost and a whole range of different things. Suzanne, please.
I'm broadly in support of the proposal, but I would just like us to take a moment to consider whether we want to have our formal board meetings virtual. They're very long meetings. It means being on screen for a considerable period of time, and there isn't the opportunity to just catch up with people around the margins and the fringes. My own preference would be that we have face-to-face board meetings, whether they're formal or informal, but I'm very happy that all of the other meetings that Sally has suggested be virtual, because I think those do work very well.
Stephen, please.
Sorry, was that me, Andy?
Yes, yes, please, Stephen.
Yeah. Yes, interesting. What Suzanne has just said. I must admit, I was thinking to have at least one board meeting face-to-face every year. I thought would be advantageous, and I can't remember if that was an option, Sally, in your choices. But rather like Suzanne, I would value if we did it well at least once.
Exec colleagues, got any thoughts? Azra, please.
So I think actually the annual members meeting is the one that we've said would be in person, and I think we could have a board meeting associated with that. I personally think it works better in the way that's actually described on the paper. I think there is something about accessibility. I think there's something about people being able to join it without necessarily having to traipse their way to a central location. So it actually works operationally in some cases better. And I think maybe one of the things that we need to look at, because we have said, I thought we said within this that any strategic meetings would be in person. And I think that would give the opportunity for us to be building those face-to-face relationships as a board. And we may want to actually consider having an away day or something as well. I've been thinking through this, both for kind of execs as well as for board, because we've not had one since I've been here. So something like that, I think, it's very much about team building, I think, is the stuff that's really useful to happen in person. That would be my personal view.
Yeah, that's good. Sally, please. Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that if we go back to meeting as the board in person, the ability to be able to broadcast the meetings as we've been doing would be difficult. We haven't got a room that would have all the microphones and everything in place. I mean, we could invest more in microphones and cameras, but the technology of doing it through Teams and then streaming it out as we have done is much easier and less costly. So just to put that in the mix, that at the moment it is a bit more of an either or of in person and then people come and observe on the day at the meeting, or through Teams, and then we have a recording that we can share. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's great that people have got the time to sit through this and to see what we do. But I think the number one priority for me is what exec and non-execs want to do. Rachel, please.
Yeah, the thing that's really compelling for me is how the transparency is improved by us doing the board in this way. The fact that, lots of people from my team tell me about the discussions that we've had here. I think we're reaching many more people than we used to, and I think that's really important. I also think we have much better attendance actually at these meetings than we used to when we met in person. So my sense would be that these meetings are working well online, but that I absolutely value our opportunities to come together when we're talking about strategic issues or team building. And I just think it's about getting the balance right between the two. That would be my preference.
Thank you. Iffy, please.
Thank you, Andy. So this is one of those that I've given a great deal of thought to, and I've actually spoken to you, Andy, and of course to Sally. And I thought that the feedback we received from this survey pretty much was spot on. My preference, of course, is that we'll carry on as we are, for the reasons colleagues have already articulated. It's easy for people to join us, it's easy to broadcast, and it's also easy for people to go back and look at this in their own spare time. where I have had meetings in my diary to travel and also have face-to-face, it's become hugely, I almost cannot imagine how we did this before, and we're not saying that all of our meetings are going to be online. All we're saying that these formal meetings will be online, and then the informal or the strategic meetings will be face-to-face, and so that's every other month. I take the point that sitting through 3, 4, 5, or 6 hours, but we would have done the same thing if we're in the room. I don't think being in the room would necessarily have resulted in us getting through the papers any quicker. But my preference is as Sally has outlined, keep this virtual, and then keep the strategic meetings face-to-face.
Thanks, Iffy. And then as someone put in the questions, yeah, certainly keep subcommittees virtual, I would have as well. Yemisi, please.
No, it's just a quick point. I think it was a really useful exercise that Sally did in terms of, gathering the views of a wide range of stakeholders, and these are the results that that have been presented to us. And I think there is merit in abiding by the results of the audit. Yeah.
No, I agree. I thought it's really interesting. I think the way that my thinking has shifted on this to the advantages that have been outlined of a whole range of reasons on this. Though I definitely miss all us being together and those lovely sandwiches and fruit. But I think there's some real efficiencies to be had here. So I think if we all agree, colleagues, then we'll go along with the recommendations of this report, and then we'll review in due course. I think he might shift. COVID situation might change again. Who knows? So just to confirm then that our next strategic away day will be in person, and I take it looking for a decent venue for it, because I think we just need a place where there's plenty of room for us, not just around the social distancing, but I mean, it is conducive to having a large gathering of us in reasonable comfort, so we can address all of those issues. Sally tells me already got one on hold. Right, okay. Are we all agreed, colleagues, with that? Good, well done. Thank you so much. I want to repeat my thanks to the exec. I mean, huge amounts of work, and I know the pressures on you are getting bigger and bigger. And I hear of all these meetings that are now being piled on top. What was it, Ian? You were saying 3 meetings a day, wasn't it, to cure the acute crisis? If we had 4 or 5 meetings a day, we'd completely crack it, wouldn't we? And I do appreciate the pressure that you're all under. So tremendous amount of work in very difficult circumstances. And thank you so much for everything that you do, and to all of your staff. So unless there's anything else from anybody else, we will call a halt to part 1. And do we all want a whole 13 minutes to get ready for part 2? Would that be okay? So at 14:50, then we will meet for part 2. As usual, Oxleas style, governors are welcome to stay for part 2 should they wish. Right, thank you so much, everybody. Brilliant meeting. See you at 14:50 for part 2. Thank you.